Hello and welcome, my friends, to Saturday Night Live here at the Sned Shed. This is the indoctrination. I am David Snedeker, and I am looking forward to having a conversation with my friend, um, Sir Oliver Pollock, and he will be joining us here momentarily. And what a time to be alive, my friends. What a very interesting time in human history. And I got to pinch myself half the time. I mean, certainly, there are moments of frustration as we uh, kind of decipher this whole plan and this whole system that's being dismantled. And especially given the time that it's taken for us to get to where we want to be, can be very frustrating. But it's also it's got to be done. It had to be done this way. Um, it had to be done this way. Q told us that, and we also knew that. That how long this cabal, this satanic Illuminati have been in control of humanity. And this administration, President Trump, Q, have absolutely dismantled the information machine that we have been controlled by, brainwashed by. And and we're seeing it unfold. And not only that, but we're seeing the alternative media being exposed as well. So come on in, folks. It's nice and warm in the Sned Shed. If it's cold and rainy outside, just imagine all of your indoctrination, your unconscious biases, your brainwashing up to this point. Imagine it all wrapped up in that coat, and you're just going to take that coat off and hang that indoctrination on a hanger in the coat check. Grab a claim ticket, grab a snack, grab your favorite person, your favorite pet, your favorite your favorite mug, which mine is right now this beautiful mug by Holly Marsh that sent to me. And cheers. Let's have a great conversation this evening. I look forward to your comments. Oliver will be joining us here in just a moment or two. So cheers, everybody. I just got a little, I'm rocking a little water with lemon. Folks, what I didn't get to yesterday when I thanked Holly for her mug, I didn't get to her card. And so I just wanted to read that to you. Dear David, to show my appreciation for keeping me up to date on all the craziness that is going on in our world, I have made you another coffee mug. I hope it puts a smile on your face. May God bless you and your daily life. Take care. Holly Marsh, 2025. Thank you very much, Holly. I love that little sea turtle as well. And it's definitely got a excuse me, a sea theme with the rocks and the fish, and it's like three-dimensional, folks. It's really fantastic. The waves. Watch the water, my friends. Watch the water. Cheers. And thank you, Holly. I look forward to having many beverages out of that one, including coffee. And my friends, if you want to get on, Kev, yeah, I'm glad that you're dialed in, Kev. I was just about to reach out to you. So glad you're here, my friend. And I've got my my heated seat that I'm sitting on from you and Najwan, and I am very excited to have that under me tonight, as I have been pushing the envelope a little bit, just, with my back. So, my friends, without further ado, my friend, Sir Oliver Pollock, welcome. Oliver, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, brother. Good to see you. It's been a
Good,
while.
good to see that artistic version of you that is so much better looking than the real thing.
I
Um,
agree.
yeah, man, it's timeless. It's timeless. Like you
I
could be
just
rocking that in 20 years, man.
yeah, I just wish I was that white, you know? With
Hey,
all the privilege that comes
hey,
along with that, you know?
hey, don't we all, man? Don't we all?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, he'll tell you that that's the only way I'll have him on anymore. Because you were chasing away the racism. So
Yeah,
it's
I was getting too dark. I was getting too dark
yeah,
for
yeah,
Dave.
man. Especially over the summer, you were sunbathing with the little Crisco, in your lounge chair. How you doing, man?
Oh
Bring
man.
us up to speed, brother. With everyone's just as a matter of fact, I think I can put the chat uh, in the comments. But here we go. I'll put a little chat. Everyone's saying hello to you and welcome, and they're excited to see
What's
you.
up, everybody?
We always have a great conversation when you're on, and I'm so glad that you made the time and on the Saturday evening, because it's tough for you and I to get together during the week because the next day is shot. So it's best that we do this on the weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I've been busy. I have some battles I'm dealing with, and I want to thank my heavenly Father and my good friend John, who pushed me to my limits. I was at a point where I was about to give up, and he was like, "You got this, man. Don't worry about it. Just do what you always do. You got this." And he's the kind of guy that could have helped me in my situation, and he chose to step aside and force me to basically fend for myself. And so I learned a whole lot in the last couple of years in regards to law. I'm doing, in my opinion, I'm doing a phenomenal job. um I got him against the ropes, figuratively speaking.
Mhm.
But on that front, everything's great. Thank my heavenly Father once again.
Awesome.
Um, on on the news front, I mean, can we ask for anything else?
Mm,
We've waited, we've been patient for so many years,
yeah.
and sometimes the anxiety is overwhelming, right? You just want it now. You're tired of waiting. You want this shit to end. I got pissed off the other day because these fucking Democrats are coming out. I don't have to tell you, trying to tell the military not to
Oh,
listen to the commander in chief. Are they that stupid?
oh man,
Are they
it
really
is.
that stupid?
Dude, it keeps me going back and forth between the desperation that they must be under and this being a white hat script, because
Right.
this and by the way, um, Cag Drogo brought this up the other day on one of his posts.
My man Chad, one of the best.
Dude, he's awesome. He's so
He's one
awesome.
of the best.
I'd love to meet him. By the way, if you want to make an intro, I'd love to
Yeah,
connect with him.
I'll reach out. I'll reach
Thank you.
out to him.
But he said this is what they're fearful of is the military coming onto U.S. soil because they know that's coming.
So check
And
this out. Go ahead. I'm
he
sorry.
thinks that no, he just thinks that's what that's about. That they're
Hundred
trying
percent,
to get ahead of that, right?
117%, I should say. So you recall in L.A. the riots and Trump sent in the military. That was the
Right.
first time Marines were
Yep.
publicly, corroborating with the National Guard. Right. We
Yes.
we've been told this way ahead of time.
Oh my, 8 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the first time. And by the way, guys, if you don't know who Cat Drago is, one of the best Anons, hands down. He knows everything about Q, top to bottom. His painting is hanging in the White
Yeah.
House. The painting he did of Q plus.
Yeah.
and his sons, and I think General Flynn is even in the background there with the letter Q up in the corner. But
Mhm.
yeah, so and what have we been getting signals on for these last few weeks and months? Drop 22, drop
Mhm.
26,
Mhm.
over and over again. 34, 35, all the early
Q
drops
clearance
that meant,
Patriot.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
National
And so
Guard
the military, and
22.
he 100%. So
Yeah.
he's spot on, and we're both, in alignment, because I'm thinking the same thing. When you
This is
look
him,
at what
folks.
happened, yeah,
Right.
that's chat. When you look at the Transparency Act
Mhm.
that just dropped, right? Everybody's saying, not everybody, these fools are saying that Trump doesn't want to release the Epstein files.
Right.
For those who don't understand, and I'm going to try to make it clear to the best of my knowledge, when you have a case, a pending case of this magnitude, and trust me, I've been around several high profile major cases. I was part of a major case, a federal major case, and I know individuals who were doing life sentences behind a RICO case. When you have this kind of a case, you're not getting any information. You're just not. We're lucky we got what we got so far.
Mhm.
You know, so these files that everyone's looking for, they're under grand jury seal, secret seal, or just top secret, because it's a matter of national security,
Now you're
right?
talking about the Epstein
the
files.
epstein the
Yeah.
epstein file, and I wouldn't even call them files. I would say the Epstein evidence, the evidence
Mhm.
related to Jeffrey Epstein and all the major players
Yeah.
that are caught in that web, primarily the heads of state, right? So when
Yeah.
you see these congressmen and women come out, former military, because remember, this is military, but on both sides, right? The boards were infiltrated.
Right. Right.
Congress has been infiltrated,
Right.
right? You see a lot of ex-military intel who are now congressmen and women. You're
And
starting to
and
see
and by the
ex.
way, a couple of them were the 6 that did that video.
That's right.
Former CIA, former
And
intelligence.
intel. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. So why are they so nervous? Because they probably had their hand in the fucking cookie jar.
Right.
So
Those that
Chad's
scream the
right.
loudest. Those that scream the loudest.
Yeah. Yeah, but also they've had access to certain intel, or they were possibly given orders, to do certain things. In any case, they're involved.
Yeah.
And this is why they're so nervous. This ad Transparency Act is going to, and by the way, in 30 days, right? They have
Yeah.
to release the evidence in 30 days to us, to
Right.
the public.
Right.
And it has to be, not it has to be, but it will be redacted.
Mhm.
But it won't be in drips. This is the flood. This is everything. Everything is going to be released now.
Do you think this is done in 30?
Could be.
I know that was referencing Flynn in 3 or
Flynn.
4 out of 4 of
Right.
those.
Right. But keep in mind how long this has been going on. Keep in mind
Yeah.
Flynn's background.
Right.
Right. So all this was going on back then. And him being in the intel part of the military, he knows who was involved, whether they
Mhm.
were good or bad. He knows. I wouldn't be surprised if he resurfaces in the beginning of next year. Look at the timing of everything, right? 30 days from the enactment of the Transparency Act puts us right around December 20th, December 22nd. I think the 20th is a weekend, so you have to go to the Monday, which is the 22nd. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then 15 days later,
Wait a minute.
Congress,
Did you say what day did you say?
December 20th or December 22nd, from my recollection.
In terms of the
At,
30 days?
yes,
Yeah, I think it was on the 19th, and I
of
believe
December. No, when they
no,
mentioned it.
yeah, they mentioned it on the 19th, and then, because we have 30 in November, then it should be on the, I believe, the 18th.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll double check that, but please continue.
Okay. So in any case, 15. By the way, they'll be releasing that information to us. So we will have a
Yep.
plethora of files to go. We're gonna be busy over the holidays. Just put it that way. I'm not
Yeah.
even gonna waste. I'm not even gonna waste my time trying to look
Hey,
through anything because I know guys like you and others will skim through it. MJ Truth, and others like that. Liz
yep,
Crokin. Everyone's gonna be on top of that. So
yep. Yeah, well, listen, man, we're getting an early Christmas present. I mean,
mhm.
it's that's a pretty special thing. I mean, when you think about it, yeah, but don't let me get you off track here. Please continue.
Yeah, no, you're right because that's the first thing I thought. That's an early Christmas gift.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
now, keep in mind, Congress is going to be on vacation. They won't be back till the
Mhm.
beginning of January, January 5th to be exact. Maybe some will, straddle in a little sooner. January 5th is also the date of the grand juries in Florida.
By the
There are
way, it
two
would be the 19th, December
would be the
19th.
19th,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
that would be Friday. That's a perfect day to release it. I'm sorry. No, January 5th, right? January 5th, right? So that's a Friday.
Yeah, Kevin came up with that right away, Kevin Rotello, and he sent it to me, and we talked about it. And the 19th has got a slew of deltas too,
That's right.
but it's on a
Yeah,
Friday.
I
It
actually,
is on a
I,
Friday.
yeah, I actually looked into that. That the deltas for those days, specifically the 22nd, are dasting.
Yeah,
So, and in my opinion, they're dropping it in that time frame because so many people will have the time to look through these files
I
over
didn't
the
think
week.
of that, dude. I didn't think of that. That's
Right,
great. Yeah,
right. Kids will be off from school. Parents will
yeah.
have more time. So on and so forth. But to me, the other thing, the more damning thing is 15 days after, Congress will have the unredacted
Um,
documents,
okay.
completely unredacted.
Now,
So
will
now
that
we're going
just
to
be the
see,
committee, the Intelligence Committee, or will it be all of Congress?
I believe it's all of Congress. It's being released. It's an act, it's a transparency act.
Okay.
So it's not for one specific committee or another. That's for Congress to dissect from that point on. They wanted it. They asked for it. They voted it like 420 something to one, right?
Yeah.
They got it. They're
But
getting what they asked for.
by the way, did you ever think that you'd see the Democrats in Congress begging for the release of the Epstein files?
It was brilliant.
Oh
It was
man.
brilliant.
Oh,
It's brilliant. And this is what I'm
so
saying.
brilliant.
We've been asking for many things, or we've been expecting many things over the years. And the way it's playing out now, I couldn't have asked for a more, you know, thought out, well thought out, and with
Oh,
precision.
it's a sum of all fears, dude. It's the climax of the story of the very very long show, and I've said this a million times on the show. The only time that somebody tells you to enjoy the show 100 times, like you did, is when it sucks all the way through, but it's got a great ending. So you
It's
want
got
them
a
to
great
make it to
ending.
the end. Dude, look at this Delta for the 19th. Trump could use military to launch his own coup, warns former White House ethics lawyer. Then calm
Yeah,
before the storm. Same day
yeah,
coincidence, only the beginning. Are
that's
UFOs a
right.
distraction? How far away is the closest star? What do you think? And by the way, that was reposted. It was posted once, twice, three, four times on the same day, on the 19th.
You
So,
know, it's probably the best orchestrated plan, and to include opera music, by the way.
Yes.
Very,
Yeah.
very timely,
Which was
introduced.
played the other night with MBS in from Saudi
Right,
Arabia.
right. I,
And Saudi Arabia is in these drops too, and Kushner
when
and
he
Bill
released,
Finney.
or when he announced the release of the Epstein files, he was with MBS.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. In the White House is when that was all going down on
Yeah,
in Congress. Look at the missing
yeah.
children here. Okay. Um, yeah, the 19th, Kevin and I did a dive the other day, and this was pretty badass. Um, yeah, I mean, we're seeing really an incredible climax to this show, and it's and like any good movie, it's got twists and turns, man. I mean, we just got that twist and turn yesterday with MTG resigning.
Right.
Like we were
Yeah,
trying
my
to
wife was
figure out,
just telling me
is
that.
this kayfabe or whatever, Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, my wife came in the bedroom and mentioned that when she heard our conversations, she heard me say January 5th. That's the same day she's resigning.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence. Now think of this. If she's under an NDA, right? I believe it's 2 years after they resign that they can speak on what they know.
Mm,
So it could be. Hold on one second, Dave. I'm sorry. Hold on.
sure.
Okay, my wife said that she thinks it's it has to do with pension. That after
Yeah,
5 years
yeah.
as a
It's
congressman.
2 days after her pension is secured.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Tell her
she's
hi and
she's
thank you.
smart. And he said that she's smart in that aspect, but I
Oh
also
yeah.
believe that knowing what she knows, because we're gonna be well into this even 2 years from now. A lot of people think
Mhm.
it's over once these files are released and once the grand jury begins. That's just the beginning.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
cases can go on 3, 4 years, five
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
But in that time, so much information is going to continue to drop. Um, you see Obama and Bush. I'm hearing now they're trying to line up their people for when Trump leaves office. Did you see that? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Yeah. The Bushes are trying to take back over the
And
Republican
Obama
Party. Yeah.
and Obama's working with young Democrats, to try to, at least this is what I'm reading. And so we have to continue to do our due diligence. It's not over. It's far from over.
Hmm.
We have to keep coming at these people. But January 5th is a significant day. We were there.
Yep.
We were there. In 2020, 2021, I should say. Um, a lot of there's going to be a lot of happenings on that day and the next day and in the weeks that follow. We're going to find out about the grand juries in Florida. A lot of information is being suppressed in D.C. and New York, Pennsylvania, but I feel Florida is not going to suppress anything.
Hmm.
They're going to release everything.
Yeah,
So,
like you were saying earlier when we were talking that Florida, they've got a good handle on Florida with DeSantis and the connections, the bonding, their Bondi. Um, yeah, Florida is a tell us about the files that you posted on X today about President Trump wanting those files, the Florida trial of Epstein to be released, right?
well, yeah, and that is where between Florida and New York, that's where most of the information lies. And you just mentioned it. Pam Bondi being from Florida and Trump being in Florida for so many years, there's no doubt in my mind all his connections are gonna come into play. So in other words, whatever they try to release or whatever they try to accomplish will not be blocked in any way. You understand?
Yeah.
Whereas if you were in D.C. or New York, you see it happened over the years, time and time again. Now we're starting to see, and I should have mentioned this, the Eastern District of Virginia, right, with Lindsay Halligan.
Hmm.
That's another one to watch. That's where Comey is being indicted, and also Letitia James in Atlanta, because I believe she covers that district as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know what's going to happen, but I'm confident that that is the state that's going to bring it all out in the public eye. No doubt, no doubt in my mind. When they said to us, when did you ever hear the DOJ announced that there would be two grand juries convening anywhere? Did you ever hear that?
No.
You had to dig to find out whether there was a grand jury in D.C. or New York or Utah or PA, right? Until Lindsay Halligan came out with Comey, we knew years ago through the drops when Joe DeGeneva was on Laura Ingraham and said that Comey knew he was going to be indicted, that there was a grand jury that convened, and that Comey is scared because he knew he was going to be indicted. I believe that was 2019, 18 or 19. Don't quote me on that, but that was in the drops. So we knew, but the media didn't cover it. No one else talked about it. No one else talked about the fact that there was a grand jury in Virginia. All right, when Comey's indictment was released, when it was unsealed, that's when we found out that took place. He was indicted in 2020. Okay, so it was just released, right? How long ago? September, was it? His indictment was made public.
Yeah.
I think it was September, right? Right, marker nine.
Yes.
But it
Exactly.
goes back to 2020. But we're hearing now. We heard a month ago, or maybe a little further back, that there's two grand juries in Florida convening on the 5th. Why would they tell us that? Why would they give us those dates? It's not for us. That's for them.
Hmm.
That's for them to panic,
Right.
right? Cats out the bag.
When did they announce that the two grand
Um,
juries?
you're gonna make me dig. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Where are you looking?
I'm using Super Grok.
Oh, Super Grok. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a Super Grok.
Yeah.
My
It's on
Grok
the.
just says mine is just a Grok. Hold on. It says Auto Expert Grok 4.1. What the hell do you see Super Grok?
On the left side of your X.
Oh, you got to be on the computer.
Or maybe you could drop down
Oh,
menu on your phone. I haven't checked it on the phone. I don't
yeah.
use
No,
the
I'm on
app.
my
I use the I go straight to the
I'm on my
um
iPad.
oh, okay. I don't use those. I'm not I'm not 12. So
Oh my
give
God.
that back to your daughter, please.
You're too funny. No, I like it because I can do both. I can go on a laptop version or do apps.
Yeah.
And it's light. It's lightweight, and
That's
yeah, I'm
it.
gonna have to dig for this.
I'll go ahead with your and I'll find it.
Uh. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that I believe the reason why they announced it is because they want Southern District of Florida issued administrative order which seats 2 new federal grand juries, one in Fort Lauderdale, one in Fort Pierce. This was Newsweek. VPN one. Hold on 1 second. Let me see who this is. ABC News, CPAC. October 27th is when it was announced.
September 26th.
That's what you came up with? You found it?
Yeah. The announcement of 2 federal grand juries in the Southern District of Florida, specifically in Fort Pierce, was made on September 26th, 2025. This was part of an administrative order by the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida, directing the empanelment of these grand juries to convene starting in January 2026.
There you go. But they talked about it. Mike Davis, you know Mike Davis, right?
Yep.
He's mentioned it a couple of times. I forget who the other guy is.
Over 30 individuals have been subpoenaed, including John Brennan, Peter Strzok, and Lisa Page.
Right. I'm surprised you didn't hear about that. You didn't hear about this?
I did, yeah. This was but I didn't know there were 2.
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay.
There's 2. So when you announce, my point is this: when you make an announcement like this, that's not for us to go, ooh, ah. That's for them to fucking panic. You know, they mentioned some names there. So what does that do? It makes them make moves, right? Uncalculated moves.
Yep.
You know, make phone calls, meetings, you know, take flights.
Which Q told us about that. Q told us about it. Yeah. And also, you know, if you think, I mentioned this last night on the show, that you know, the great director, the great horror director, Alfred Hitchcock, said the horror is not in the act itself. The horror is in the anticipation of the act itself. And I mean, these clowns they've been panicking, like, is this suicide weekend? Is this the Friday? Is this the, you know, for years now, as much as we've been going through a very difficult time ourselves, waiting for this all to come out. And not only waiting, I don't want to act as if we're sitting back eating popcorn. We are the transparency. We are the ones that are getting the word out about Q, about Trump, about this military operation. And that is absolutely necessary before any military action, to have the buy-in. We have to know that the military is on the streets for our benefit.
Cut it short and help Ariana with her chair.
So, you know, all of this has been to awaken the masses to this operation, so that when we see the military on the streets, believe me, you know, if the military was hitting the streets under Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or George Walker Bush, we'd have a problem. Like, we'd have a real problem. I wouldn't be saying, yeah, they're here for us, for our benefit. I would say they're here for us to put us away, because they want to shut us up and they want to gain back control of the narrative. And that was the plan. That was the plan.
So look at what I just sent you a DM. Okay. And I've been saying this for months now, because I caught on to it early when Trump mentioned working with Peter Thiel.
Batman?
Remember when we talked about that months back?
Yeah.
Him working with Peter Thiel, and how I felt they would be using his Gotham program to run through all the criminal cases.
Yeah.
Gene Ho just confirmed that.
All right, let's play this.
Yeah, play that. Yeah.
Right, let's talk Donald Trump and Batman, because, don't know if you know it, but in The Dark Knight Rises, the Batman movie, Wayne Enterprises was Trump Towers. They used Trump Towers in New York to become Wayne Enterprises. But a week ago, this is what I posted on Facebook, because I talked about Gotham, and Gotham is a computer program, kind of like the Bat computer, that Donald Trump is now using to catch the bad guys by using the FBI and Gotham, the program. Okay, one day after I posted that, Donald Trump posted this, very interesting, on his Truth Social. Many people say, hey, is that Batman? But we need a bat signal. Anyway, check this out. This right here is the 2026 calendar. You can't buy it because we already sold it out. But the first part of it, January, has all the problems there. It looks like we need a bat signal. There it is.
Who made that calendar? Do you know?
I'm not sure, but he does a lot of Ingersoll Lockwood stuff
Okay.
on his page. You know who he is, right?
Yeah, he was a photographer and now George Magazine.
Right.
A little bit discredited with some of the choices they made, in my opinion, on George Magazine in the modern era. But definitely, I think there are a lot of comms coming out of that.
Yeah, a lot of old school nuns, told me exactly what you just said. But I take everything in, and I try to use discernment, and I look for the good in the messages,
Mm-hmm.
right? So just because some person might have did you wrong in some way doesn't mean he did all of us wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. There's messages that we have to pick up on, regardless of who it's from. We have to take it all in and disseminate it, and think for ourselves, research our own intel, and come to conclusions on our own. So I got that, what you just said. I've heard that from many people. But the guy follows me, I follow him, I've been watching him for a while, I love his content. I really got nothing bad to say about him. He's a lot of times he's animated, but he's a
I
photographer.
don't mind animated. I don't mind animated. The big one was Godlewski. He featured Godlewski in George Magazine, but Godlewski fooled a lot of people.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. I really did not know that, but you're right. He fooled a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never followed the guy to begin with, Dave.
No, me neither.
I really never.
I was one of the first people he threatened to sue.
How'd that work out for him?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't make it past. He didn't make it past. What do you call it? Scranton Times. I was on the list with Scranton Times. So, yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah. So, but at any rate, Gene has come up with some good stuff, and but it kind of comes from this. I've got secret sources kind of stuff. I've kind of got an inside loop, and I kind of avoid those guys like the plague.
Okay, I got you.
Right. And Godlewski was one of those. That's why I called him out, because he said he was part of the operation, and operators never divulge. All we got to do is follow the tenets of Q. Yeah. Yeah. So Ivan Raiklin just flipped today. Sergeant Petrie says.
Flipped what? What do you mean?
I think he went against Trump. Did he?
No fucking way.
Sergeant Petrie, did he go against Trump? Let me see.
I don't know.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that. I think I bookmarked. I think I bookmarked this. This is weird. What is my ex doing? Here we go. Okay. I believe this is it. Ivan Reichland, you still don't get it. He turned on himself and his own campaign promises, and thus on us. War Horizon said, whatever happened to the Twitter files you pushed for months, you grifted money over some BS exclusive nothing burger space. Elon cucked out and didn't release them. Pepe Deluxe says you cucked out.
Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing for that guy because, in my
Yeah.
opinion, he's been doing a lot of grifting on his own, or
Yeah.
of his
Yep.
own, I should say.
Sergeant Petrie says yes, yes, yes. That's he turned on Trump. Yeah.
Yeah. He made it a point to be in every courtroom every time there was a case, and he made sure to be behind the cameras. So in other words, he wants to be seen all the time.
Yeah.
And although he has some good information sometimes, or a lot of times, he's got a military background. I respect all military guys.
Yeah.
When you what's the word I'm looking for? Glut, I guess, the way he does. Yeah, it's like a red flag for me. Is it optics? Is he trying to force Trump to do something? I think he's been doing that for a long time. He's been trying. He's made a lot of comments over the years, in my opinion, trying to force Trump to give up information, and knowing, because he knows the drops well, knowing that Trump will never do that. Why do you continue to push the envelope?
Right. He was also trying to get us to physically get involved
in J6.
No, after J6, he was saying that we have to rise up. We have to do this. Like it was very non-Q.
Right.
I met him after you left on that Sunday. That next Monday, when I went to the
I saw that.
Right, and I met him, and I didn't interview him, as I just shook his hand, and I was like, okay, and I don't know about this guy.
The vibe was off, huh?
And you know who else was there? Was the guy with the patch, the Proud Boys guy. I'm forgetting his name right now.
Guy with the patch.
One of the leaders of the Proud Boys who was indicted.
You're talking about the guy that fucked me over, Enrique.
Yeah. Well, not Tario, but the other guy, the white guy. I think he's got a beard. Anybody help me out with that?
I think I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
I think I know who you're talking about. They were there that night. They were all there January 5th. He reached out, we spoke. I was there. He didn't know I was there. I peeped the whole scenario. I saw what was going to go down, and I just didn't get involved. The same thing happened November 14th, I want to say, the other rally after the election. Before 2021, before J6.
Stuart Rhodes.
Rally.
Stuart Rhodes.
Stuart Rhodes, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Gypsy. Yeah.
Right. The same thing happened that night where shit was supposed to go down. This is what I always do. I go a day or two ahead and I peep the scene. I walk around, I look around, I look for things that are unusual, unfamiliar faces or familiar faces. And that's exactly what I did that night. But and I know I told you this story before.
Yeah.
Where we were going back and forth in the DMs, and then he felt the need to put it on my thread. Where he asked me if I was packing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who does that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Unless you're working with the fucking feds.
I think I shared this with you on one of our shows that we've done, and we were all in this restaurant where we were keeping warm because it was cold as fuck out in front of the jail in D.C. So this was when Trump was already starting to release them, had already pardoned them, and they were being released. So we're
You
on
mean
the
that
restaurant.
Sunday after I left?
Yeah, or was it
Okay.
a Tuesday? Because wasn't the inauguration on a Monday? I think you went back that.
They had school. I had to come back because my kids had
Yeah,
an appointment with one of my kids. It was during the week. It was
yeah.
during the week.
So so we're on the restaurant, and somebody comes in and says, Jake Lang's just been released. And he wasn't released out the front door. It was like they dropped him off somewhere.
Wow.
It was weird. It was weird. Like,
Yeah, that is weird.
like they didn't want the story was they didn't want the media. So we're all out there, and he's doing his thing. He's very animated. He's reuniting with his girlfriend, his father. And I look over, and Stuart Rhodes and Ivan Reichlin had not even gotten up from their table.
Mm.
And I thought, what's this all about?
He was so pro J6, right?
Yeah. And
That's interesting.
and then his father, I said, hey, can I buy you guys a beer, and he says, yeah, sure. And I said, what do you drink? He says, oh yeah, just a beer on tap or whatever. And I said, what's Jake drinking? He says, yeah, he'll have the same. And so I get these drinks, and Jake's girlfriend says, oh, he doesn't drink.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, that's kind of odd. And his father said, oh yeah, I forgot. Like,
wow.
Really? He forgets something like that? And then his father said, hey, I want you to come with us. We're going to go get something to eat. And I went into the bathroom, and when I came out, they were leaving, and he didn't say anything to me. But like, it was almost like there was a conversation going on. It was really weird. It was all really weird. And I don't read too much into it, but I tell the story because I was there and I saw it all unfold. And a lot of it didn't make sense to me. And so I put that out there so others can just make up their own mind about it. But, it's, he's up in Minnesota, or up in Dearborn, Michigan, slapping bacon against the Koran.
Wow.
And then he gets sucker punched. And that, so very, very interesting behavior. And also just, how is he running these shows from the prison, from the jail? Who gets to do a live show from the jail? It didn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, I've never seen that ever.
No.
It
Right.
was hard enough for us to get phones inside the prison.
Right.
Yet alone do a fucking show.
Right.
I mean, I know times have changed. Back then, it wasn't, cell phones weren't really big. They had phones in the cell blocks. What I mean by
Yeah.
cell block is the whole block of all the cells. There were 4 phones, so we didn't need cell phones. But then that transitioned over to cell time or phone time, and they gave everyone cards, and each card had 6 minutes on it, and so you're only allotted 6 minutes of time to speak to your loved ones. And guys would take other people's cards and have more time or whatever, but from what I understand, that evolved to actual cell phones being smuggled in by correction officers, to the prisoners or inmates, and they would use the cell phones. But to do a whole show,
Yeah.
while you're in prison, that's yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But going back to real quick to what Gene Ho brought up. He mentioned that the next day after he mentioned that we need Batman, that Trump posted that meme with him looking like Bruce Wayne with the mask and the Trump 2028. You remember that?
Going after the what?
Do you remember when Trump posted the meme of him with the mask looking like Bruce Wayne? He's holding a sign that says Trump 2028.
Yes.
Remember one? Did you see the Batman movies? All of them?
I think I just saw The Dark Knight.
Well, that's the one. Well, was that the one? I think that might have been the one. The guy who played him only played him one time. I forget the actor's name.
It was Heath Ledger who played
Not Heath
the
Ledger.
Joker. The Joker.
So he played Joker. Yeah, he played Joker. No, but the guy who played Batman, I see his face. I don't remember his name. But anyway, the meme looks like that guy, and I believe in that Batman movie, he did wear a mask like that. There was a scene in the movie where he wore a mask like that. But anyway, when I looked at it, I looked at 10/26. That's actually the date that my brother was murdered, and that date is always, very significant. Or the numbers, I should say. They pop to me when I see those numbers, and I say, wait a minute, something sums up with these numbers, right? And I'm thinking, okay, Batman, whatever. There's one drop with a 10/26 timestamp. Only one. And I know this is PM, but that stuck out to me. The fact that there's only one drop with a 10/26 timestamp. And when you look at that drop, it's about New York. And the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. That's New York. If he's playing the Bruce Wayne character in this meme,
Right.
and this drop talks about New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, that's telling me something, right? That's telling me, and Trump is always ahead of everything, right? He'll lead us to a certain drop, and then a few days later, or a week later, or weeks later, it'll come to fruition.
There
So
it
I'm
is.
thinking,
I just pulled it up.
yeah, right there. So I'm thinking, and Sarge and I was talking about this yesterday when Mandummy met with Trump
And dummy.
in the Oval Office. I think he played himself, first of all, Mandummy, because now he's begging for money. You know that, right? He's campaigning for money, or he's asking his supporters for money. Did you know that?
No. And
Yeah.
for what? To give away free stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the governor already said she's not doing any of that. Right? She's not raising taxes on
Yeah.
you're not getting free bus ride. None of that shit's happening. So now he's raising money, and he's raised, I think like something like, over 12,000 of his supporters donated to him already. This is insane.
Hmm.
You got a mayor-elect asking for money, and people actually giving him fucking money. What world are we in?
Yeah, that's unheard of.
Yeah, it's unheard of. So, in any case, Sarge and I were talking about what went down in that meeting, and keep in mind it was a private meeting, right? What we
Yeah.
saw,
Yeah.
what we all saw was a show. It was a little show. Trump tapping him. Don't worry
Yep.
about it. Just
Yep.
say, yeah, you're better off to just say, yeah, whatever. It was all a show. The fact when he went from the 1 to the 3 to the 5 to the 9 to the 17,
Yeah. I
that
covered that
was
last night.
that was a nod to us, 117.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you could look at it many different ways. I think it was 88 or 16. I went with the 88 because of what drop 88 says.
I covered that last night, and I meant to ask you, what took you to 88?
Well, if you look at the way he said it, right? First he said 1 to 2. What you were 1 and 2 first, whatever, something like that. And then he
Yeah.
said, he went from 1 to 3 to 5 to 9, he skipped 7. 1, 3, 5, 9. So
Mhm.
1 to 3, that's a 2. There's 2 in between, right? 1 to 3 is 2. 3 to 5 is 2.
Yeah.
5 to 9 is 4. There's your 8. Then he jumped to 17. That's another 8. So that's where I got my 88.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or if you add them together, 16.
Because I posted that. I reposted your post, and I also covered that on the show last night. Your post on 88. And I knew I was going to ask you about that tonight. About why you went to 88. I did cover your in between. The numbers in between.
Right. So real quick, let's start with drop 16. Right.
Okay.
We've heard this so many times over the years. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the MAGA promise.
Yeah.
POTUS knows he must clean house government in order to free up and demonstrate who has authority in order to pass important legislation. What are we seeing right now with these rogue judges, right? With these
Right.
activist judges.
Yep. Yep.
He wants to demonstrate who has authority. Ultimately, it's him, especially under these conditions, right? This was always the priority. Remember, AG Sessions cannot look like an impartial player that is out to get all former Obama team members, as we need him for other important work. And I want to say he's a JAG, but don't quote me on that. In any case, he could be working behind the scenes as a special prosecutor. I don't know. He kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. I know Lindsey Graham is a JAG or former JAG, and I think that's why Trump keeps him around.
And it's
Then
also
it goes
why
on-
he asked the question of Kavanaugh
That's right.
for
Because
treason.
he knew. That's
Yeah.
right. He knew it better than most.
Yep.
It goes on to say, all will come into focus, and for anyone to think POTUS is not in control is kidding themselves. Also, he's 100% insulated with zero risk of impeachment. Fact, in parentheses.
And they're
So-
they're still trying to impeach him.
That's right.
What's his name? Kane, the dude with the cane. Is trying to file an impeachment, and people are talking about it online. Impeachment.
Right.
That's
So
unbelievable.
fast forward to now, because that was 2017, right? Fast forward to now, 2025, 8 years later. Q told us it would be, this year would kind of be the end of this operation. But we all know that's not the case. It may be behind the scenes. So in other words, by the end of this year, they may all be caught. Trump said it years ago. I caught them all.
Mhm.
So by the end of this year, everything may be, in line with what's to come as far as the grand juries and future indictments. By the way, Adam Schiff, I believe, and Nancy Pelosi will probably be the next two to be indicted before Brennan. Which is why Nancy said she's not seeking reelection. And Adam Schiff, in my opinion, he should have been indicted a long fucking time ago.
Yeah,
but
yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah,
yeah. He's one of the loudest.
yeah. Also, and those saying they're not seeking reelection, Q told us, have been neutralized. Right. I know it's not the proper verbiage, but
They will do as told.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
For the betterment of us, the people. Not all will be prosecuted.
Yeah.
But all will do as told.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. What drop is that?
I don't recall.
Okay.
20 something.
By the way, to put a lid on this Ivan Reichland thing, Sergeant Petrie sent this to me, and he said, then you were never with Trump. You've been with him since 2017. Are you a deep state puppet? Hold on, let me take this banner down.
Sarge asked him that.
Yeah. And he
My
says,
man.
running the UC PSYOP against MAGA sure seems like it. Damn it, Ivan. I had so much respect for you going after those who subverted the election and used COVID to enslave us. Embarrassed. Ivan got back to him and said, I've been with him since 2015. However, he has been president for 5 years. He is now clearly betraying us.
Wow. He doubled down.
Yeah, he did.
He doubled down. Get him, Sarge. Don't make me jump in that fucking thread. It was drop 24.
Drop 24. Thank you. Yeah.
Drop 24.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a bold double down there by Ivan.
Yeah, right.
You know, I'll never forget him and John. Jesus Christ, how am I forgetting his name? Devolution John.
Harold.
Him and John Harold went at it years ago. John called him out long time ago, you know, and they went at it. And Ivan was kind of a little nervous, you know, because he was pulling his card.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget that. Like I said, Ivan gives a lot of good information. Remember that petition he put together last year with like 300 and something signatures? What happened to that?
Yeah, what happened to everything he gets his hands on? It doesn't go anywhere because he's not a part of the operation.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that had legs. You know, he got a decent amount of people to sign on to that, and I don't know, maybe it still does, but the way he's sounding, he's the one who's sounding like a fucking traitor.
Yeah,
you know, not Trump. Trump never was a traitor. Trump has always been for the American people, long before 2015.
Yeah, and by the way, isn't it interesting that we're seeing? Obviously, mainstream media has been decimated by Trump and Q, right? So many people are done with mainstream media. But we also know, and Q told us this, that the CIA has gone into the alt media, and we know many of them are controlled. Now we're seeing, the Zionist shills come out, and we're like, okay, we're done with them. We're seeing the people that are not investigating Charlie Kirk, or like me, I'm not really investigating it because I feel it's part of the operation. But we're getting rid of the people that are like, oh no, Tyler Robinson did it. It's like, no, he didn't. And then people leaving Trump, people leaving Q, people, we're just getting rid of them all, and we're seeing who the real loyalists are. And it's not loyalists that are blindly loyal. We, more than anybody, have pulled the wool from our eyes. And most of us, before most, were highly awake.
Right.
And so it's not like a blind allegiance to President Trump or to Q. We know what's going down.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because, I was prepared for this. I was fortunate enough to meet, the guys that actually worked with Q on the board. And of course they wouldn't give me any information. I never asked, to be honest. I never asked. The only question I did ask was, were you ordered to post? In other words, everything they posted, they were told to post, and none of them could give me an answer to that. But it prepared me, and I think this is why we get along with each other, because I've been so involved with these conspiracies going back decades that when Q came along and I finally got involved, it was like I found home.
Yeah. I talk about that a lot.
Yeah, because you have so many people who you're probably never going to meet.
Yep.
Most of them are anonymous, but they think the same. We think the same.
Mm-hmm.
We dig
We
And we
think.
find
We think that's the big,
for
that's
ourselves,
the big one.
for
Yeah.
ourselves, yeah.
Yeah.
But we find and expose information, and most people do not um, gravitate towards the information that's being given to them at first, right? They usually, you know, are skeptical, or they call bullshit, so on and so forth. Then a year or two passes, now it's gotten shorter. Right now it's like a month goes by, or maybe a week or a couple of days before the truth comes out. But back then, it was a long time that would go by before what what I was trying to tell people would actually come to fruition. And I'm not taking credit for anything. I learned from guys like Bill Cooper,
Same. Yeah.
Phil Schneider, the
Yeah.
OGs, the guys who really exposed a lot of shit. And
Jordan Maxwell.
I wasn't introduced to Jordan Maxwell till just a few years ago, to be honest.
I came upon him late, but I can't remember, 5 years ago, 6 years ago or so.
Yeah, and he says a lot of really, outrageous shit. A lot of the stuff he has, shared with us, I've been able to confirm, but a lot of it is, it's his knowledge, and we're never gonna be able to confirm it. At least Bill Cooper, and I let me rephrase that, because like I said, I was just introduced to him a couple of years ago. I never really looked into his work. I've seen
Mhm.
his videos. Like I couldn't even sit here and tell you whether or not he has books. I'm sure he has books.
I
But I
don't
can't
know.
tell
I've
you.
I've only seen his interviews.
Yeah, same. I don't know if he has any books, but for me, the one book that exposed it all was "Behold the Pale Horse." Bill
Yeah.
Cooper just laid it all out.
Yeah.
And there's others, Ted Grundison.
Yeah.
There's others. There are many others who expose the CIA and the dealings within our government. Um, but it just it was an overwhelming uh, sensation that I got, when I actually went into the chance, and I started reading all the shit that was out there. I'm like, what the fuck? At first, I was like mind blown, because there was information, but there was a lot of shit talking, a lot of shit posting, and just
Yeah. I didn't like it.
inappropriate,
I didn't
very
like it.
inappropriate. Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
lot of very inappropriate things, but in between all that, you found some really good information. And you started to realize, who was who. Even though you don't know who they are, you kind of follow the idea, and you get to familiarize yourself with who's who. Some people put their tags, so you know who they are. Like Mike, plus ultra, he would use the plus ultra, so you know who he was. But it still, gave me this feeling of, okay, all right, I'm now gonna be vindicated with all these things that I've been trying to say over the years. This is now out in the fucking open. You got millions of people now talking about stuff that I was talking about a long time ago, and nobody
Yeah.
took me seriously. Only a handful of people took me seriously back
Yeah.
then,
I
which
lost all
which
credibility with almost everybody in my parameter, in my field, because I was so far ahead of everybody. They couldn't even fathom it. Like, we were trained. Speaking of which, by the way, today, Kevin reminded us, is the anniversary of the assassination of JFK.
That's right.
Which, by the way, of all the things that Bill Cooper spoke of, the only thing that I found him to be wrong on was the assassination of Kennedy,
What do you mean?
because, well, he was pushing the idea that the driver shot Kennedy with the
He did.
second blow. With the second blow.
He
So,
did.
yeah, no,
No,
I've
he did. He
I've
did.
no, I completely, I've gone over that like you wouldn't believe, and it's a sun reflection. Um, without quite. if he did it, they wouldn't have killed everybody on the grassy knoll. There was somebody there in the grassy knoll that is the reason why
he
they,
never
in my
denied. He never
opinion.
denied. But he never denied that there was six. There was 6 shots taken
Mhm.
at Kennedy, but the deadly kill. Remember, he got shot in the neck. He was still alive.
That
after
was
getting
the
shot in
first
the
one
neck.
that slumped him forward. Yeah.
Right. The one that took
Yeah.
him backwards was the close range shot with the CIA gun. You know how Q posts the drop of the gun? That's that
Yeah.
CIA gun that was used to kill him. No, there was a video that I remember seeing, not the Zap Ruda video. There was a video that, and you can't find it anymore. This was mastered, a remastered video that made it clear as day, which shows the driver turn around, point the gun, and shoot him. And
See,
right there,
that's
right
the
at that moment,
video.
when his head goes back,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if
But
he shot from
but
the
here's the
side,
thing. If he shot it from there, he would have been back to the right. He went back to the left. And I'm telling you, it was a reflection. It was a sun reflection.
you're gonna have to bring it up. You have to find it and bring it up right now.
Okay.
Right now.
All right.
Let's do this right now.
Well,
From
it
what I
is
recall,
it
what I
is
recall,
the
I've seen this so many
anniversary.
fucking times. He had
Yeah.
his head went back before it went to the side. His head went straight back before it went to the side. Yeah, and that's why they replaced his brain, because they knew if they did an autopsy and found that actual brain, the contents of the bullet used from that gun would have immediately led them to the CIA, because only the CIA used that gun. Think about it. If he was shot from the side, from the
what do you
grassy
mean
knoll,
what do you mean the CIA gun?
you don't know about the CIA gun?
Well, I know about the heart attack gun.
It's not a heart attack gun. This gun, the bullet that they use some kind of um it's- one of the ingredients is from fish. Okay, and that's how you're able to detect that type of artillery that was used. And the CIA used this gun here. Okay, which video is this? That's the Zapruder one.
It's the colorized Zapruder.
Zapruder,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. But the gun you're talking about, I didn't mean to interrupt you by bringing this up. I wanted you to finish that thought.
I
on
don't
the CIA
want
gun.
to misspeak. I'm gonna look it up and we'll talk
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
Let's watch the video.
Are you talking about the one that was exposed in the church committee in 75?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a heart attack gun that the person wouldn't even know that they had been shot with. That was
No, and that's not it. Then that's not
okay.
it. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, here we
That's not
go.
Hearing more and more people who actually believe
Right there, right
Bill
there.
Greer, the driver of the
Go back.
limousine, turned around and shot President Kennedy.
I think he'll go over it several times.
That is absolutely false, and I'm going to show you why even the most radical pro-conspiracy people reject that idea. As we go through these frames, I'm going to ask you to pay particular attention to Roy Kellerman, who sat next to Greer. Notice the glare on the top of Kellerman's head, which will diminish as he starts to duck and the angle changes. The reason that happens is that Kellerman's head falls into the shadow of the sun visor on his side of the car.
Who's this? Who's talking right now? This is the first time I hear this.
Robert Harris.
Robert Harris.
He's the one that did this. He said this video replaces the one that was censored due to the complaint filed by proponents of the theory that Bill Greer, the driver of the limousine, turned around and shot President Kennedy. It contains absolutely no derogatory remarks about the intelligence or integrity of anyone associated with this issue.
What year is that?
This was 2008.
2008.
November 14th.
So that was 2008. I remember that it was long before that.
Yeah, Cooper was big on
It was
this.
in the 90s. It was in the
So-
90s when that video came out.
Believe me, it took me a lot to go against Bill Cooper because I considered him like a mentor. So for me to go against him on this theory was kind of a big deal. So I spent a lot of time with this. But watch.
By frame 300, the glare is almost gone, but it will return as he straightens back up.
See the glare? That's what everyone is saying is the gun.
Okay, this is frame
And he's got a
312,
glare,
1/18th of a second before the terrible head explosion. It's probably the clearest and sharpest frame in the sequence, and it gives us an excellent look at Bill Greer. Okay, that is his left shoulder. And that is his left hand. And that is his right hand.
I don't know if that's
And that is
his
the
left
top
hand,
of
right?
Roy Kellerman's head. It is not a gun. Okay, keep in mind, this is frame 312. It's exactly 1/18th of a second before the fatal headshot. The reason we've been focusing on that frame is that 313 is horribly blurred, and it makes it difficult to see a lot of detail. But even with all the blurring, we can still see that Greer's hands are on the lower part of the steering wheel.
See, they've been saying that this glare is the gun. It's in the shape of a gun.
If any of you still have doubts about this, I would suggest you consider several questions. There were hundreds of people in Dealey Plaza that day. How is it that not even one person claimed that Greer fired a weapon? But let's say that Greer got lucky, and nobody happened to notice that he blew up the president's head. Shouldn't he have been trying to escape? I mean, why did he instead drive his victim to the hospital and then hang around where he would surely expect to be arrested? At that point in time, he had no way of knowing that his dastardly deed went unnoticed. And finally, think about the Secret Service agents who were standing on the running board of the follow-up car, which is almost bumper to bumper with the limousine. There's just no way they could have overlooked something like that. Do you really think Clint Hill, who risked his life to get to the president and Mrs. Kennedy, was in on the cover-up? There are plenty of good logical reasons to support the fact that this crime was a conspiracy. But the theory that the driver turned around and shot JFK is not one of them. Thanks for listening, folks. My name is Bob Harris.
What do you think? You're on mute.
I want to go back to the shot. Forget about what he's saying. Look at his head. Just look at the shot.
Okay.
But you're right, because I do recall the video that I think Bill Cooper was saying that reflection that they just showed was him turning around and pointing the gun at him. I do recall that. But I will also say this. You know, a lot of years passed. That right there looks fake. That
I got to
shot
get rid
right
of
there.
I got to get rid of the chat here. Sorry, that's kind of blocking some people here. Me. Get rid of that. So that shot, by the way, is the right side. If he shot him, we wouldn't see the entrance. We might see the exit coming out the back right, but from that angle, that's not the angle of that shot. This is an angle from somewhere over either in the grate or the grassy knoll. And to me, that's a rifle too, because that's a hell of a shot. Now you can have a small caliber, but it also, there was no flash from the gun. There was no movement of the gun that people are saying that this man is
around
saying.
and shot President Kennedy.
And I'll go without his thing, but you can see his head. You can see the glare on what's his name's head right beside him, right there. They're saying that's the gun.
No, I get that, but I'm focusing on the shot itself, the impact. The impact.
Yeah. And the impact is coming from this side.
Even if he was shot from the side, you wouldn't have a frontal explosion like that.
The front side, you absolutely would.
No.
Yeah.
No.
If this shot came from the grassy knoll, which would have been coming in at do you see my mouse?
It would have hit her too.
Do you see my mouse?
Backside, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
so the shot came from here. The shot came from here. It's not going to hit her. The shot came from here. The grassy knoll is over here.
Pause it at the shot. Pause it at the shot. Try to go forward right to the exact moment of the shot. Because I remember his head going back.
Yeah, but it goes back to the left. And that doesn't go back to the right. It would go back to the right if it was from that angle. Let me see. And he's leaning, and his head's turned a little bit to the left, too.
Yeah, he got shot, so he's leaning forward, holding his neck.
So this is the frame before, I think. And you can see the glare off both their heads, by the way. So that's a consistent. You can see this glare here off Conley's head and his wife's head. You can even see glare on top of JFK's head, and even on Jacqueline's top of her hat. So the glare is real, but Cooper was always saying that the glare was the gun. And when I saw the glare and I matched it up with all the others and even the top of the car, there it is.
Boom. Okay. Look at that for a second. I can tell you, I've never seen a headshot like that, unless it went through the back of his head and came out the front.
Well, that could very well be an exit wound, without question.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're saying he got hit from the side, from the grassy knoll. If he had gotten hit, if the bullet had entered the side of his head, it wouldn't have ruptured the front of his head the way we're seeing that right there. Now and I'm telling you, that doesn't even look real, Dave. It doesn't even look real.
We can go to another one, but here's what I'm trying to accomplish here.
No, I see that.
The shot did not come from this dude.
Right, because that looks like a gun. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and there's no recoil. There's no flash, and it's the wrong angle. But so let me see if anybody else has got something better footage.
I wish I would have archived that one the first time I came across it. You know, it's the kind of thing like back then when the first time you see it, you don't think about archiving it. You know,
right? All right, here's the original colorized.
Right there, he shot. He's trying to open his jacket up. Can you? Yeah. Hold up.
Why does it keep doing that? Let me
grab the red dot and just drag it back. Just drag it back. They don't want us to see it.
Yeah,
This is the Zabruder. Yeah. They all are. All the footage we're seeing now is the Zabruder video.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why it's doing this. Here we go. I'm going to slow it down.
Slower. She leans forward and then the shot. Boom.
Yeah, see, I still think that's an entrance wound. But see that that actually happened. So that's not a fake explosion that we saw in the other one.
Unless the ballistic itself.
And look at where his head. Look where his head goes back. Like, look at that wound right there, and his head goes back to the left.
Yeah, it looks like it may have been a you know, and Sarge can probably speak.
There you go.
More to this, but there. Okay, yeah, same thing. That looks like some type of special bullet, for lack of a better term.
Well, I mean, the 30-06 that I researched on Charlie Kirk's thing, that would leave that kind of an impact without question.
That would have blown his head off, half the top of his fucking head off.
Yeah, that's why that whole story is bullshit, right?
Yeah, 100%.
But
so the CIA gun that I was telling you about, and I believe this is why they got rid of his brain. It included toxins from a fish, and the military used it as well. All right, so it was tetrodotoxin, cone snail venom, and saxitoxin, a marine toxin. This is the one confirmed. Saxitoxin was classified as top tier covert assassination toxin. In fact, saxitoxin was specifically mentioned in CIA test files recovered and displayed in 1975 hearings. That was the gun when they showed the gun.
Yeah.
All right. You said it was a heart attack gun. I'm saying it was this fucking gun. Could be both.
No, I just showed that the other night, by the way, because I went to the media, the CIA assets, and I can tell you for a fact that gun, that black gun that they showed at the church committee, you don't even know you're hit with it. So this is just a regular gun. Like there's nothing special about what we saw. I think part of the problem is, the whole autopsy was fixed because it had to be, because they were trying to sell a narrative that just wasn't, going to be bought. And they knew that people weren't buying the, what do you call it? Weren't buying that story, which is why they created, the whole conspiracy theory story, or the whole conspiracy theory verbiage, right? To discredit those who are, are challenging narratives, right? Somebody just dropped something to me. Yeah. So at any rate,
so what the church committee did was expose the weapon, which could be used to fire poison darts.
Yeah.
All right. And these invisible or almost invisible darts had toxins, marine toxins
Yeah.
in them. So what I'm not saying what you're saying is not true, because I remember that. I remember the heart attack gun. But this type of weapon was also exposed in the church hearings.
Here's the
And
one
so
that they're talking about here.
right, right.
Let me get to this.
Some of those devices which would have enabled the CIA to use this poison for, we have indeed, for killing people. Don't point it at me.
And they said they forgot they had it. that was their excuse. They forgot they had it.
On them or at all?
He said on them.
Does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman. The round thing at the top is obviously the sight. The rest of it is what is practically a normal 45, although it's special. However, it works by electricity. There's a battery in the handle, and it fires a small dart.
So that when it fires silently?
Almost silently, yes. Very little.
What range does it have?
100 meters. 100 meters, I believe, about.
Is that Ivan
about 100
Reitman?
yards, 100 meters.
About 100 meters, right? And the dart itself, when it strikes the target, does the target know that he's been hit and about to die?
That depends.
Oh, that's a line in the
on
night right
particular
there.
Dart used. There are different kinds of these flechettes that were used in various weapon systems, and a special one was developed which potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
Okay. So it wouldn't have left a huge,
Right.
I don't know what you want
Right.
to call it.
And also that wasn't until 1975 either.
Right.
And obviously we're talking about 63.
Right.
But yeah, I just a rifle would do that, and especially going over the Charlie Kirk stuff. I mean, that's just an absurdity. Like, heads explode when they get hit with a bullet.
I think that was all made for us to go back to the Kennedy assassination. That whole Charlie Kirk thing. It was designed for us to look back at what happened to Kennedy, because it was the same thing. The same fucking thing. They covered it up immediately.
Yep.
The guy in the roof,
lone shooter, lone gunman. Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, Dave, I'm going to tell you honestly, years ago, long time ago, I remember researching and reading how this toxic weapon was used to murder JFK, and that is why they switched out the brain. Because if they had found these toxins in his brain, and I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't true, because there were multiple shots, right? If the autopsy had found these toxins in his brain, then no doubt it would have led back to the CIA. Because besides the military, they were the only ones that had this type of weapon. You understand?
Yeah, but that weapon they were talking about there in 75, that didn't leave traces. It doesn't leave traces.
No.
That's why they use it.
No. You didn't feel it, is what they were saying. Like, you didn't know you got hit. But it left toxins. You understand? So
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. A person dies it was a hit. CIA puts out a hit on somebody.
I'll tell you this. That shot to the head, you don't need anything else. They might have used something else, but that was a shot from a rifle to his head that killed him, right? Now, might they have made sure that we get him by using that other gun? Yeah, but that other gun isn't going to leave that kind of a
Yeah, that blew the top of his head off.
yeah. And
That blew the top of
the
his head off.
autopsy was controlled anyway.
Exactly.
The coroner was controlled. So and they had the whole thing set up. That's why Ruby shot Oswald, because he was saying I'm a patsy, and they had to shut him up, make sure that that was done. I think they had planned on killing him before that, but he was in a,
And then they
in a
killed
movie
Ruby.
theater. Yeah, in prison they killed Ruby. He died of a heart attack, I think, as a matter of fact.
They used the gun.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, man, and this is the kind of thing that we're never gonna get to the bottom of, because they're never gonna give us all of the information. But yeah, I mean that was definitely some type of powerful weapon to blow the top of his head off like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
So
I get that. I'm just gonna put it out there for everyone listening. I got a little salty when Dave attacked my man Bill Cooper. So we
yeah,
had we had
you were
we had
sticking
to
up for him. I
we had
respect
we had
that,
to go
brother.
there. We had to go there and show and show everybody. But yeah, I've never seen that put that way.
Yeah.
Because for me, when I heard from Bill, and after watching video, because I watched that video when it first came out
Dude, when
years
he
ago.
did that, when he first did that, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I totally bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, because
And
you see
then
the driver turn around and then boom, the shot.
it totally looks like it. I'm not,
Yeah.
without question, it totally looks like it. But when you really slow it down, when you really break it down, yeah, it just, and then the story about him after and everything, it just doesn't make any sense. But of course, look at the number of stories that have come out about Charlie, right? It's Tyler Robinson, it's Israeli intelligence, it was a squib. We do that in movies. It looks like it's just your neck, but in actuality, it's this neck thing that just you use air and boom, just blood in a hole. And the blood that came out, people said if that blood was in his veins, he'd have blood clots. He'd be
He
dead
would have been dead already. Yeah,
because it was all chunky, right?
Yeah, dark, real dark and chunky. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I don't know if that'll be another JFK thing that we'll never find out the truth. You and I will be long dead and gone before the truth comes out about Charlie Kirk. I'm under the impression that it was a white hat operation to expose the actual attempted assassination on Charlie Kirk.
I agree. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Do you let me show you something here. Now I've and I don't know if we've talked about this. But let me share something. Well, let me just okay. Let me use this one. It's funny how they scrub these pictures, man. I'm trying to find right. But okay, here's one. This is the one I need right here. Okay, so couple things. I think that exactly what you just said. I believe because I go to, who benefits, cui bono, right? And in that moment, who benefits? Well, the trans community doesn't benefit. because they're going to get to the bottom of all their money, right?
You mean TPUSA doesn't stand for trans people?
Trans People USA. That's hilarious. Holy shit.
I thought that's what it was.
I never thought of that, dude. I never made that connection. Holy shit. So I'm not really finding the pictures I want, but I just want to show you guys something. And I want to, okay, so this is probably the best thing we've got. All right. So
by the way, you need a bigger flag, Dave.
Oh, that one. I got a flag that flies outside, but that's actually a coin holder.
Nice.
But I do have another one I'm thinking about hanging there, but it takes up a lot of the wood.
That's what you need.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll put that up. It was a listener sent that to me. Listener sent that to me, gave that to me, handed that to me.
That's awesome. That's a coin holder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's actually made out of wood, and it's far away. It's like 20 feet away. That's why it looks so small. It's actually huge, but it's
especially since your head's so big.
Exactly. It's the contrast, dude. It's the oh, that's a good one. All right, so here is here's when Charlie got shot. Okay. Now, 2 days later, it might have been 4 days later. Remember they had that event for 50 states, one Israel?
Yes.
Okay.
Where they all went to Israel?
They gave Netanyahu a standing ovation, which they don't even do for our commander, our POTUS, right? This was their logo, dude. And I'm like, shit, where have I seen that?
Wow.
The hole, the blood.
Wow.
This was 4 days later, and certainly any logo would have been, confirmed before Charlie got shot, right? Because they got to make posters, they got to make the banners and all that shit, all the pins and all the swag that they gave all these people. Dude, that confirmed to me that Israel was trying to kill him if they didn't, and if the white hats didn't get him out of that.
Well, if you planned it, and if you're the one planning it, absolutely you would do a logo like this. That's an inside joke.
Right.
That's a trophy for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Wow. Do you remember, I want to say maybe the day after, Trump posted a meme of him and Charlie Kirk face to face?
Yes.
Where it said, "Great Charlie Kirk." Remember that?
Yes.
And I did a decode on that. I'm not even gonna try to look because it was so far back, and I never have luck looking through my page trying to find stuff. But that was a massive post by Donald Trump. And if you looked at it closely, he told you everything you needed to know in that drop. If you can find it, because I don't know if we went over that. Did you go over that on your show? You probably did.
I didn't decode the photo that Trump did.
You know what I'm talking about? Can you find it, or is it going to be hard to find?
I'm looking now.
I want to say it was the day after Charlie was assassinated, allegedly. Or
here's the day of.
Let me go into my page, see if I can find it while you do that. If you come up with something, let me know.
Here it is. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. And then
it's a meme. He did a meme.
Okay, so let me see if I can go to that day and then if it'll take me. Yeah, let me just, was it the day of,
The next day.
okay,
The
so
next day, I want to say.
let me look up September 11. It's hard to, I don't know how to search on truth.
Huh?
Yeah, truth is a little harder than X.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find it online. Let me see. What would I do? How would I look it up?
Yeah, I'm not
Okay, I
finding
found it. I found it. I'm
Okay.
gonna send it to you.
Okay.
I'm
An
gonna
X?
send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it on X. Yeah, I did a really deep dive into this because for me, everything was right there in your face. Um, I just sent it to your DM.
Okay.
Yeah, I typed in Charlie Kirk, and I had maybe a few more before that, and then it popped up.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe by the bulletproof vest either. So
No.
here's the picture.
Right. Open that. Yeah. So he posted that at 10:01. You know 10:01. Hillary had that post.
1001's Hillary Epstein Island.
That's right. Look at the tree. You see the tree in the photo?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's covering up the word the, right? But that's not just any tree. That tree is synonymous with Israel or the Middle East. Give me a second. I'll tell you exactly what tree that is. Let me just read my decode,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
So I started out with, okay, I want to know who said Charlie Kirk was wearing a bulletproof vest, and what made them think that. If they heard it, who did they hear it from? Because from experience, I can tell you Charlie was not wearing body armor, but there was something under that shirt, and I'll leave that there for now. Now ask yourself, why would President Trump post a picture of him and Charlie Kirk with the caption, "Everybody loved Charlie"? Yet the banner in the picture reads, "The great Charlie Kirk," with the word "the" conveniently covered up by an acacia tree. Why include an Israel flag in the frame? Is Charlie Jewish? No. And a timestamp directly links to a Q job of a picture of Little St. James Island labeled 187 Site E with a timestamp of 21/11/01, which is 9/11/01. Coincidence? Now the kicker. Now that tells you there's multiple angles pointing towards Israel right there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now the kicker. Look at the bottom. It appears to have a signature, Shlomo Pearl,
Yeah.
a common Ashkenazi surname. In fact, there is one name that stands out, and guess where he worked? KPMG. Remember in Manhattan, not too long ago, somebody went into the building and shot up the building. Remember that?
Yeah.
KPMG's offices were there.
Yeah, I
Yes.
had an office in that building.
And I think we talked about this when that happened.
Yeah.
Yes, that KPMG, one of the big four accounting firms in the world, the same KPMG whose offices at the 345 Park Avenue, Midtown Manhattan, are now closed following the July 29 shooting. And what happens during this type of event? They shut everything down because everything now becomes evidence, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now the detectives go into the building and they get to go through everything. And what did he do there? Audited, we're talking about he, Shlomo Pearl. His job was to audit private equity, hedge funds, and investment advisors. Advised on accounting issues, financial statements, and disclosures. Epstein linked account? Plausible. To be continued. But let's go deeper. It is a signature. Or is it a signature? Or is it symbolism? Acacia equals immortality, resurrection, incorruptibility. Now, if you really think about Charlie, if he's in Valhalla, he'll live on forever. His memory will live on forever while he lives in peace, never to be seen again. I didn't add that in my drop. I'm just saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Ark of the Covenant, wood,
Where are
Masonic
you now?
symbol.
Where are you now? Because I'd love
The
to have.
acacia, right there, right there.
Okay.
Acacia equals immortality, resurrection, incorruptibility. Ark of the Covenant wood, Masonic symbol. Shlomo is Solomon, archetype of wisdom, keeper of hidden mysteries. Pearl equals pearl, hidden truth, a gem concealed in a shell, wisdom revealed only through sacrifice. Together, Shlomo pearl, Solomon's pearl, hidden truth at a great price. We'll never find out what happened to Charlie. He sacrificed himself to expose these people or these entities. So, what is this really? A tribute or a code? Because when you stack it all up, the covered word, the acacia tree, the Israeli flag, the name Shlomo Pearl, the KPMG connection, I'm calling false flag. And I believe Israel is behind it all. Full stop.
Okay. Beautiful. Great catch on all that. I'm sorry I missed that.
But honestly, look at the picture. Go back to the picture.
It's
look
just
at that.
it's a weird picture, dude.
Look at it.
Yeah. And
With
it's
the Israeli flag in the background.
Yeah. Yeah. And this was, by the way, this was the narrative, right? To try to say Charlie loved Israel.
How were they the first to report on it?
Yeah, exactly. The Jerusalem Times.
Why did BB feel the need to come out,
right,
and clean his conscience? Like, I had nothing to do with this. To think I had something to do with this is preposterous.
And he did a podcast tour. We all think so when is BB doing podcast all over the place? You know what I mean? It's like, yes, we didn't do it. Oh, we didn't say you did. No, we didn't do it. Yeah, no one's saying you did. No, we didn't do it.
Guilty,
Charlie loved Israel. I'll show you a letter. Yeah, he loved it. Well, we didn't say that. We didn't say otherwise. Yeah. And I said at the time, methinks she doth protest too much.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
Yeah.
But dude, the 1001.
Yeah, that's all amazing. And by the way, the other thing about the 1001 that I've mentioned, because that was Hillary's pinned post on her X for months regarding her book tour, is that the 187 is assassination. And that's the 187 you mentioned is the number of the picture on that.
Well, the reason why Q said that is because the rooms, the special rooms on little Epstein Island were kill rooms.
Yeah.
They were killing babies in those rooms.
Yep. And they told us exactly what table Hillary did it in right here. This is the post, the 187 site. And remember, I told you, when Trump was saying 187, such a beautiful number, which is beautiful, Hillary.
That's right.
Such a beautiful place.
Right.
Boom.
Why would you say that? Why would you say Nickelodeon, by the way?
Yeah, right.
Nickelodeon.
Exactly. Pedo Network.
Yeah.
And
but why would you say that? Why would you refer to it as a beautiful place? A number. to a beautiful place.
Doesn't make any sense whatsoever unless you
It
know about
makes all
this
the
drop.
fucking sense in the world. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying unless you know about this drop. Unless you know about this drop.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
It's
beautiful.
perfect. It means perfect sense. And it connected Hillary right to this drop and to 187. And here it is, table 29, D room H, D room R, D room C, HRC. She was in the D room, table 29. Listen, if you're sitting at table 29 in room D and Hillary shows up, you got to fucking move, dude. Okay, that's her spot. All right, you don't
move or you're gonna become part of the fucking appetizer.
Or you can sit on the table. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to laugh about this. It's laughed. It's joy. I'm happy.
Yeah,
because I know it's coming down.
Yeah, exactly.
She's out here now talking about Trump being taken out. Did you see that? Go to Liz Crokin. Liz Crokin posted it. She's out here talking about Trump being taken out. Again, she's still up to her fucking bullshit. And by the way, I don't think it's her. If you look at that person, you can clearly, I mean, I don't know if you can clearly say it. I can say it. I don't believe that's her. An amazing documentary she did right there. An amazing slave documentary she did, by the way, on Britney Spears. If you guys haven't seen it, I recommend you go watch it.
Yeah, I've not watched this whole thing. Yeah, we got to watch this. Yeah.
Right there. That
you know what this reminds me of is I wish that there could be like a huge national
Can you
sound
zoom
system. And we would all wake up and they'd say, attention, attention, we have found the problem and we have solved it. He is gone.
Okay, I can, on my iPad, pinch and zoom in, you know? So if anyone's out there, if you can do that, that's not her. That's definitely not her.
Let me find the original. Let me see if it's on YouTube.
That's either her doppelganger or a fucking clone. It's not her. Looks way too young. The cheekbones are really high. We've seen that face before. It's one of her fucking doppelgangers or a clone.
What's that? Do you know where she's speaking?
I don't. I didn't look into it. I saw it.
You know what this reminds me of is I wish that there could be like a huge national sound system. And we would all wake up and they'd say, attention, attention, we have found the problem and we have solved it. He is gone.
Look at the caption on the bottom. When a fire announcement interrupts the event, you might find yourself daydreaming about a goodbye Trump.
Wow.
So whether it's her or not, she put the message out to take him out. And if there's anybody who has the power, if she still has the power, which we know she doesn't, but optics are important, right? She and her husband have taken out 56 people that we know of.
Oh, I mean, with the Ron Brown flight alone, I think it was how many people died in the Ron Brown accident? Let me check that out. But that was in I believe it was in Yugoslavia, and he was set to testify days later.
Yeah, I mean, we know her reputation, and she's out here talking about goodbye Trump.
Unbelievable. Yeah. 35 died.
35. Wow.
Just that alone.
Just to kill one guy. Just to kill one guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, for her to say that, that's big, but that's why we need Q to tell us, you know, POTUS is insulated. He's safe.
But think about the people who don't know what's going on.
Oh,
Right.
I'd be miserable.
And then you see her say, you saw many people clapped, like the crowd erupted. The crowd
Yeah,
erupted. Everyone
yeah.
started clapping. You're
Everyone's
clapping for the destruction, quite literally, of Donald Trump, of the president of the United States, knowing that there have been several assassination attempts on his life, knowing that whether you want to believe it or not, there's information out there stating that a lot of close, um, um, you know, confidants, because one was one of their attorneys, correct? One of their attorneys was murdered years
Oh
ago.
yeah. I mean, their partner, her partner in Rose law firm, McDougal, he
Right.
was killed. Hubble, who's Chelsea's father,
Right.
Webb Hubble, I think he was killed. Vince Foster. They were all tied to the Rose law firm and all that corruption in Arkansas.
So whether you want to believe it or not, you know, let's just say it's been rumored that they were behind these assassinations or these untimely deaths or unusual deaths. So for her to say something like this, especially now, even if you're a normie, you should question that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't applaud that.
No.
You should question that. So I hope when I saw Dick Cheney's funeral and the people who attended that funeral, it looked like a list of people who are indicted. I'm just gonna say it. They're indicted. Everyone in that frame, they're all indicted, including Rachel Maddow. The Clintons didn't attend, by the way.
Right, and they haven't showed up for their subpoena either.
Right.
Yeah, Seth Rich. Yeah. And the railroad tracks going back to Mena.
Mena Airport.
Yeah.
The airport in Arkansas. The one built by the CIA.
Yep.
Specifically for drug trafficking from Colombia. Directly from Colombia and Nicaragua to Arkansas.
When Poppy Bush was the head of the CIA.
That's right. Poppy.
Yeah.
Poppy seeds. Poppy opium, the heroin. That's why they call him Poppy.
Ah, yeah.
And he was doing that for the crown. They were behind it. There's a book called Dope Inc. that describes that all. It was the crown. I was going to say that. Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah.
The Obamas didn't attend either.
Yeah.
And that to me says that they're in custody. And they're only allowed to go to certain places. But for them not to attend a funeral of someone who is,
vice
revered,
president, former vice president.
Right, revered by so many people, which we saw a lot of people come out and say, "Oh, he was a great person," and whatever. For you not to attend that, what does that tell the people who actually attended?
Right.
You understand? If the people who actually attended, if this was all faked, I'm sorry, Poppy seeds.
Oh, sorry, this one here.
If this is all faked, where we took the bait, think about it, makes sense to me. I'm not sure what they're trying to say.
Kind of like this whole operation. If this, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but just that the whole thing's a show. Like this is all a part of the Great Awakening of humanity. Like Charlie, MTG.
But they don't make it easy.
Hillary doing that, what she did.
Right.
I mean, dude, if you and I were writing her script, we'd be like, "Hey, let's have Hillary threaten to kill Trump."
Right.
We'd be like,
but
rolling
they
on
don't
the
make
ground.
it easy. They don't make it easy.
Oh hell no!
Even though it's a show and it's a movie, it's a very well scripted movie, because even people like myself, and I know I can speak for you, we still question everything, and that's by design.
Yeah.
They're not gonna blatantly put everything out there for you to say, oh yeah, right, that. No, they
Right.
want you to dig. And then they'll give you those nods, like he did when he met with Mandami. Cool avatar, by the way. He'll
Thanks.
throw those little nods out there with the 17,
Yeah.
just to let you know he's in control.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, Jules said that Bush, Biden, and Pence got envelopes at Cheney's funeral. I've heard that, but I haven't. I didn't see when they did. Have you
Wait,
seen
at
that?
Cheney's funeral?
At
They got
Cheney's
envelopes?
funeral, yeah.
Oh shit! No, I didn't see that.
I have heard that, but I haven't seen it specifically. Jules, if you've got a link for that, please send it in X. Drop it
Well,
to me in X.
I know Cheney got an envelope in Bush's funeral.
Yeah.
Well, Cheney's wife got an envelope.
All the wives.
Right. And then the other thing was, remember when Cheney did that weird video about Trump years ago? He was dressed in like hunting attire, and it just didn't look like him. I don't know if you remember, and I can't pinpoint. Yeah, I can't pinpoint anything to refresh your memory, but he did a short video talking about Trump, and it just didn't look like him at all. It looked like AI, straight up fucking AI.
Oh no, I remember that. Yeah.
And then
I think it was from Montana. I think he was up at his home in Montana.
Yeah, he was outdoors. He was outside. Look, he had hunting gear on. He had a hat on, whatever.
Yeah.
And then shortly after,
he just shot somebody in the face, and he came on to.
Yeah. but shortly after that, and that's so funny because I fucking remember that like it was yesterday. Shortly after that, he was brought into Capitol Hill, and it was just him and his wife. I'm sorry, him and his daughter, Liz Cheney, in the chambers, in the House chambers. Do you remember that? There was no context. There was nothing. They just showed a video of him and Liz Cheney, and he was in the chambers where where the House usually congregates when they're voting on bills or whatever. And it was just them two and someone sitting on in the chair where the president usually sits, not the president, but the president at the time that they appoint for these hearings. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Well, it happened because I saw it with my own fucking eyes. Dick Cheney came in. Liz Cheney was next to him. They didn't say anything. I think I saw it on C-SPAN, but it was empty, and it was so fucking weird because the whole room was empty besides them two. Maybe the sergeant at arms who stood by the door and a couple other scragglers.
Was that the same video where two guys were fucking? Was that?
Yeah.
Same video. I think it was the same video, and Dick and his daughter were over in the corner watching.
That was like the ultimate Bang Bros video. Right?
Oh, dude. And what the fuck happened to that? That fucking disappeared. That disappeared like porn in Texas.
Listen, why didn't the whole house crumble after that?
Oh,
seriously,
it should have absolutely.
This should have been a major fucking investigation,
dude. If that was the Republicans, come on, man. Oh, I tell you what, the gay mafia got a hold of that one quick. I mean, that was jeez, unbelievable.
That was some sick shit. I can unfortunately I can never unsee that.
I know.
Yeah.
That
was so fucking weird. All right, let's change the topic, please.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, wait a minute. I think I could pull that video up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, stop it.
Oh,
I want to bring something up because this is something that I mentioned. And I didn't hear anyone else talk about this. Still
all right,
to this
please.
day, when Trump says we're the hottest country in the world right now, America's hot. We're so hot. What does that mean in military terms? Look that up.
Okay.
Look up what hot means in military terms.
Okay.
Sarge knows if he's still here listening.
I think a 6 becomes a 10 as far as I'm.
You're too much, man. You're too much. But you know what? I'll say this real quick and then we'll get off that completely, please. That just goes to show how rampant that type of activity was.
Oh, yeah.
During the Biden administration.
It's like this big turn on. I mean, dude, I was like, I was working on Capitol Hill and I knew people were doing it in like the senator's office. Like that's a thing. Like, hey, I can, let's go have sex in the office. All right, here it is. Hot has several context specific meanings, but the most common ones are hot is in the area. LZ is hot under active enemy fire or hostile activity. Interesting. Yeah. Loaded, chambered, and ready to fire. A weapon is hot. Aircraft or vehicle engines are running. Hot takeoff, rapid departure under threat. Hot ammo or barrels, literal overheating. Hot intel comms, rarely urgent or time-sensitive information. Hot intel. Going in hot, entering an area aggressively, usually under fire, expecting contact. Alley is hot, enemy shooting from that direction. Active danger, enemy contact, or ready to fight right now.
So
the
most common usage for the word hot in military terms is we're active, we're live, and we're currently in use.
Yeah.
And he has said that so many times. We're hot.
We're the hottest country.
Yeah. Now think about military, boots on the ground right now, all 50 states, right? National Guard, right? How all the references to the B-2 bomber. Just the other day, when active. There you go, Sergeant. Thank you, Sarge.
Active.
The other day when he showed, when he was with the soccer player, what's his name? Rolando.
Yeah.
Pretty boy.
Yeah.
He actually posted a picture of him holding, him being a soccer player, holding or with his hand on the B-2 bomber, as if he was asking about that, and Trump was explaining to him, but he just posted the still picture. That's for us. That's for us. They're telling us they're stealth. Operations are stealth. Things are being taken care of. I'm in control. You understand?
Dude, that's a great catch. I didn't even spend any time on that.
This is a worldwide operation. Think FIFA, right? FIFA is the largest sporting event in the world. And here you have one of the best soccer players in the history of the game with his hand on the blue. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. This is stealth. This operation is stealth. There's no doubt in my mind. So much shit has happened behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I'll give you one perfect example. And this can refute any, bullshit claim that nothing's happening. In 2019, I believe it was, or 18, the military was given a $500 million grant for underground operations. You remember that?
Yeah.
Why? Why? And just recently, there was a post I forget what department it was, but it was a military post, a live post showing soldiers in a fucking tunnel.
Yeah. I showed
You caught that?
Yeah.
You did see that. Okay,
Yep.
good. What's going on? We're still finding tunnels? Yes. Yes, we are. This is a subterranean battle because this is how they were able to get away with everything they were doing. They created a subterranean utopia for themselves where they can travel intercontinentally at warp speed and trains traveling 1,700 miles per hour. No bullshit. Okay.
Right.
And then going from shore to shore into submarines, undetected, deepest levels, okay, in the oceans, going from one continent to another. So how do you defeat that? How do you defeat that? You need a fucking army. And that's why military is the only way. A lot of people, when they think military, think surface, air. You don't think subterranean.
Right.
You don't think alien. Okay. And I mentioned earlier Phil Schneider. Okay. If you haven't heard of Phil Schneider, I suggest you look him up and listen to his. He would hold meetings just to give the information he had.
He was in a firefight. He was in a firefight with aliens.
Yes.
And there was he didn't have any reason to lie.
Nope. They found a pocket of it. They said when they dug into this pocket, the stench was unbearable. And all of a sudden, these fucking aliens are staring them in the face. And the black op officers that he was with had no choice but to open fire. And these aliens, using the technology they had, just literally put one hand in front of their chest and boom, these fucking weapons just took everyone out. He got his hands cut off, his chest blown open, and he went everywhere that people would listen and told this story. And they killed him. Eventually they killed him.
How did he die?
They killed him. They fucking murdered him. That's how he died. Before they killed him, they killed everyone close to him.
Jeez.
And then they killed him. They took him out, bro.
So yeah, that's fucked up. So Kevin said Trump's last post. The traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now, not roaming the fake news networks trying to explain that what they said was okay. It wasn't and never will be. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Damn.
Check out the timestamp and the caps.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
He did that in all caps.
So, yeah. So, Snedheads, we go to research Q drops. We go to capital letter counter. And then we drop in the letters and we get 254.
Correct.
And I've already pulled up the timestamps. 254. First of all, the timestamp military is Save America, vote Republican. 1117 is New York Times, China's embrace of foreign cars. Thank you, Xi. Good start. China, CQ cancel. But 254 is Meet Me in Seoul on main page of Red website. And this is about the first assassination attempt of Trump. This is the one he's taking us to right here.
That's right.
Expand your thinking. When did Hussein travel to Asia? When was the Stringer released? When was the Red video taped? Do you believe in coincidences? And this goes right along with what Oliver was just saying about Hillary dropping that calm about killing President Trump. Because that's what Obama did in that Red video. when he was in Asia. Wow. On main page of Red website. Coincidence? And I believe he was in Manila.
Right.
Right?
Extraction point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing I'd like to note is the timestamp. The 2317. If you go into the 2317 on the you know how to find the timestamps, right?
Okay.
Not the post.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
do that. But before I do that, let me go to 319. I always go to the blue when it's when there's nothing there. And that takes us to timestamp my post regarding U.S. military versus POTUS tweet. Why did the USS codename Hussein renegade? A person who deserts and betrays an organization, country, or set of principles. Who does the USS currently protect? Why is this relevant? That's all about Obama. Yeah. All right. So I'll look up the timestamp of 2317.
Right. It brings us to the drop of now. Do you know? Or you're on Q alerts.
I can go to QAG. Let me
go to QAG and
let me go to research Q drops again. Go to QAG.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is yours, but that's your site, right? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Thanks, man. That's I've got the Q alerts, QAG, QAnon pub, capital letter counter, Grok, Ingersoll, Lockwood, US debt clock.
You gotta throw in Anon tools.
Okay.
AnonTools.xyz. That was created by Z, one of the original OG Anons on the board, who Q actually reached out to and taught him how to do the clock. He was one of the persons that created the clock.
Oh, okay.
This is yeah. So what I like about this, he archives everything. So if a tweet comes up, you can actually can open the tweet.
That's awesome because you know all the Twitter links are gone.
Right, but not here.
Yeah.
He archived
that's cool.
them all.
That's really cool. Okay, thanks for that. I'll definitely add that to the thing.
Yeah. So let's go back to 2317. You go on it right here. Go see what it says text. Put 2317, 23:17. I didn't have to tell you. I don't know why the fuck I said that. You know,
that's all right. That's all right. It's a new site. Like sometimes you gotta know where to put it in.
Wait, let me show you one more thing.
Okay.
Next to that, you see the X and then the arrow down?
Yeah.
Click the arrow down. Yeah. So here you can choose include references or whole term. Case sensitive. Then you could do and. Like let's say you know a drop. And you know 2 words within that drop. You could type in the word under text and then another word that you know under and. Hit the word and.
Do I hit one of the others?
No, hit and. No, hit and. And so you could add another word under text.
Oh, nice.
And it'll highlight one in red and the other in green.
Shit, that's great.
It is.
Okay. Thanks for that.
I like this one.
How long has this been up?
A long time. Years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what shows up. There's 11 that show up.
Right. I'm looking for one in particular. Keep scrolling.
Okay.
I'll show you if it comes up. I got it on my end, so it should pop up on your end. No. All right. There it is. There it is.
Oh, this is the rooms in
What
Epstein
were we just
Island.
talking about?
Yeah.
What were we just talking about?
Shit, dude. Trump was listening to us again. I'm telling you, man.
What were we just talking about?
Fuck.
Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Those are the tables. Those are the rooms.
You got your confirmation right there.
Fuck. That's unbelievable, dude.
He never ceases to amaze me. You know, and that's 2013. You know,
Yeah.
this is old footage. So, yeah.
Wow. This was
So how
Ray
long-
Chandler. Rachel Chandler posted this on Instagram.
That's right.
Back in 2013.
The child handler.
Yeah.
So how long has Q been active? If this is 2013, Trump hasn't even announced that he's going to run.
Right.
You know, and they're gathering this footage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or the Anons, I should say.
It's got to make you think. Yeah. Why would Rachel Chandler post this? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, she's one of the first that flipped. They got her first. She's one of the first ones they picked up. Remember that. You know.
Well, this would tell us that. Right.
Just like Baker. You know, he was one of the first people that they picked up. And he turned on everybody. Kleinsmith. Kevin Kleinsmith, 11.3.
Yeah.
Right? 11.3. Yeah, he flipped on everybody.
I think Charlie is the
same
start.
thing.
Yeah.
Same, but he's in reverse.
Yep.
They're throwing it back at him.
Think mirror.
You know, Charlie was the slap in their face.
And the three hats, the 47, 47,
right
47. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Because here's the thing that I've said, and I don't know if I talked about this when we did the show, because we did a show after Charlie, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. But that these two narratives, this Tyler Robinson, you know, and the people that don't get Q, you know, Ryan Matta, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, all these big accounts that they don't know Q, right?
It's funny to watch them.
Oh yeah, and Matta, by the way, Matta just tried to discredit Q tonight because he said that MTG said no one's coming to save you, and no one's playing 4D chess. And I was like, "Yep, that was a shout out too, in my opinion."
Yeah, he follows me. He started following me a couple of years ago, and I messaged him and I told him, you know, you should stick to, you know, the child trafficking, because you did a great job.
He did
with the child trafficking, but once you got into the whole Q thing and trying to decode shit, I had to call him out. I called him out a few times.
Good, good.
He continues.
I have too, and I've said, you know, listen, you know, your expose of 160,000 children from Guatemala trafficked across the border during Biden's term. Who stopped that from happening?
Exactly.
And you give no credit to Trump for that.
Exactly.
You know, you think that was easy to do. You don't think that, you know? So, yeah, I've called him out too. But
and this is where you have to think, right?
Yeah.
Paid shills.
Totally. Because they're not listening. They're not listening to guys like us, but they're all being exposed by the Anons. That's why, you know, a lot of Anons went offline. Do you think it was because the country is now represented as to where you set up your account? Because a lot of people want to know.
I love that. Did you see Podesta?
Yeah. Was it Taiwan or something?
He's in Singapore.
Singapore, yeah.
He's fucking Singapore. Unbelievable.
Yeah. But what do you make of that? Of the Anons kind of going away? I agree. Well, a lot of Anons have gone off X. taking a
Well,
break.
they don't want to expose themselves, and we're getting very close to the point where you can no longer hide. I know guys that can actually look you up by your IP address and know exactly where you are
Mm-hmm.
at all times. Doesn't matter if you switch devices, they'll find you. Those are real nuns. Like they know their
Yeah.
shit. But with this new feature, you can't hide.
Right.
You can't hide. So these anons. Remember, there's a lot of really bad anons out there. Who were instilled. They were implemented into this movement. For the purpose of infiltration.
Right.
So why would they expose that they're in Israel or
Right.
Australia, or London? You know what I'm saying? They're not going to expose that. They'd rather just get off. I'm not dealing with this. I'm not going to expose where I'm at.
Right.
You and I got nothing to hide.
Right.
My very first account, which I can never get back, I don't know why. And my second account, same thing. I can't get back. They're all USA. All my accounts are USA. I got
Yeah.
nothing to hide.
Hey, I'm back on YouTube now. I've gotten two of
Nice.
my channels back.
So you got all your content back.
Yeah, the content showed up too.
Nice.
Yeah. So that
Good for
was
you, man.
Thank you, man. It's nice
That's where most of your fucking content was.
It was
on YouTube.
actually so that only goes back 4 years on one account and 3 years on another. But my Facebook, and I've got several other YouTubes that I haven't gotten back yet. But Facebook was the big one. I had probably over, on one account, I lost 4 Facebook accounts, and one of them had 250,000 original views, URLs, whatever you want to call it, of people watching. And so the Facebook was a big one because that goes back 7 years, and I haven't gotten those back yet. But it's nice to have the YouTube back and reconnecting with people, in the way that I've been able to it's just been a couple weeks, that I've done that.
LT said it best from Man We Know.
Yeah.
If they censored you then, they're going to censor you again.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, my mod, Diana, she said that some people are losing their YouTube accounts again.
Yeah, so if I were you, I would just take all your content off of there and never go back. Rumble's been good to you, right?
Yeah, they have, but a lot of people are just stuck on YouTube, dude. It's frustrating, but it's
get all your content off of there.
Yeah.
Get all your archive all your shit. Get it all off it in case it happens again.
By the way, yeah, that's a good idea. I most of that content I have it all.
Okay.
But it's not a bad idea to I think I want it there just because I do have it in other places, or I could download it, the stuff I don't have. But Kevin said Trump posted again, 11/27. Many great legal scholars agree that the Democrat traitors that told the military to disobey my orders as president have committed a crime of serious proportion.
100%.
Yeah.
That's why they're all afraid. If you see them, in fact, I archived one of them. Let me see if I can find it. She looked like she wanted to cry on the camera. She was stuttering. And she looked like she wanted to cry. Did you see that?
They're terrified, dude. They're terrified.
You know what I'm talking about? Let me see.
Is it the younger one or the older one?
She was younger.
She's the CIA one.
No, not her. No,
okay.
Well, let me not I'll take that back. Let me find it first, and then
Okay.
we'll go over that because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she's CIA or not. But yeah, she looked like she wanted to cry. I can't find it. I'm looking through my bookmarks. I thought I bookmarked it, but she was interviewed by, I think it was Jake Tapper, somebody, from the left, and she started stuttering, and she looked like she wanted. I think that's the Rothschilds, the beginning of the Rothschilds, 135.
Is that right? The 135.
Yeah, go to drop 135.
Yeah. Yeah.
The banks, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the banks. Yeah, I can't find the drop the post that I was thinking of. But yeah, the panic is so real right now, and Trump is saying, an example needs to be made.
Yes.
An example needs to be made. And that's the only way we're gonna get these people to stop. If we start holding these people accountable for their crimes. So if you committed treason or seditious conspiracy, and you're hit with 20, 25 years or executed, all the nonsense will fucking stop. I went to see Nuremberg just because I wanted to see if they, focused on the executions. And if you haven't seen this movie, Dave, you got to see this fucking movie. Okay?
And what's it called?
Nuremberg.
Okay.
And it came out on November 7th. If you want to go to the drops from November 7th and entertain your crowd, it's dasting. But they showed a completely different perspective from anything that I've ever seen before. They went into the mind and psyche of these individuals, right? But the key scene in this movie, and I don't want to ruin it for everybody, but it's when they visited the Vatican. And I won't say anything else.
Okay.
Okay. But if you remember in the Q drops, there's a couple of flicks where they show priests hailing Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right next to Nazis.
Yep.
Okay.
And so just last night we were taken to a drop from Trump that was the loan from the Rothschilds to the Holy See.
That's right.
I think you did that too, didn't you?
I did.
I saw that today. Yeah. And I'm like, all right, cool. I just did that dive last night.
Yeah. So that's how they were able to get into the books of the Vatican. And that's how they were able to control the Vatican, because they were made aware of the crimes against children that they were committing. And in the movie The Godfather 2, the opening scene,
wasn't it?
No,
go ahead. Sorry.
No. I know Q talks about Godfather 3. Because in Godfather 3, Michael kind of wanted out.
And he partners with the Vatican.
Right. Well, he took over.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. It was Godfather 3. You're right. It was Godfather
and we were
3.
taken to that 3 times last night, by the way.
Right. So what they don't say in the movie is that the Vatican was in debt because of all of the lawsuits that they were hit with.
Okay.
Because of the crimes they were committing against children. And Trump, in the last Al Smith dinner, which is a tradition for any Godfather. Thank you, Godfather 3. It's a tradition for any
good night,
president.
Petrie.
Good night, brother. Yeah, he can't stay up too late. He's a Marine. They go to bed early, get up early.
Right.
Or don't sleep. It's either that or they don't fucking sleep. But in that movie, I mean, in the Al Smith dinner, pause, where Kamala didn't show up,
Right.
Trump told the world that he bailed out Archbishop Donovan or Dolan, I should
That's
say.
right. That's right.
Remember that? He gave him
Yeah.
over $1 billion. He said it was well over $1 billion.
Wow.
He saved the Catholic schools in New York City because they were going under,
Right.
you know, because of all of these lawsuits. You know, and it wasn't anything new. I went to Catholic school. I went to Cardinal Spellman in the Bronx.
Yep. Yeah.
And
I did
before
too.
that,
It's not New York.
and before that, I went to Catholic intermediate called Holy Cross in the Bronx, and I saw a lot, and I exposed as much as I could, But when I started researching and I started finding that, New York and Boston, between the two, are probably the most corrupt archdiocese of the Vatican here in the States, and they're all protected.
Yeah.
There's a movie called Spotlight. Everyone should go and watch that movie.
Spotlight.
was a section within the Boston Globe where, investigative reporters told, their main story, whatever big story they had. And at that time, the main story was a bishop or a cardinal, forgive me, in Boston who had molested hundreds of children.
Hmm.
And it was real. They uncovered this and they exposed it all. And it was real. And it was covered up. It was covered up.
Yeah. It all was.
So here's Trump telling the world, I bailed your asses out. What do you think he got in return? Information.
Yeah. I bet he probably got some good information.
That's right. And possibly some stakes. Because they are second only to the crown when it comes to real estate around the world. No one owns more real estate than the crown and the Vatican.
Yeah.
This is a fact. So
McDonald's is close.
Huh?
McDonald's is close.
What do you mean?
Well, McDonald's is a real estate company. They own every piece of real estate that a franchisee pays rent to them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at all the McDonald's posts in a different light.
Yeah. What was your take on the McDonald's post? You can finish your trail of thought now, but I'd love to hear about because I didn't really go into that.
Well, Elon, remember, posted that video with a whole bunch of comms in it, and one of them, when they showed the letter Q, he said, activation word, Ronald McDonald. And so you have all these, and Trump is big on McDonald's.
Yeah.
I don't believe he actually eats it, although there's, everyone says he does.
Mm-hmm.
We, who have been researching for many years, know that it was exposed that human remains were being sold to McDonald's, and McDonald's was using the human remains in their burgers. And this is going back several years. It was a rabbi who mentioned it, actually.
Yeah, I remember that. I've played that here. Yeah.
Right. So for Trump to come out, at first it was like, whoa, what? You're endorsing McDonald's? Like, you're eating McDonald's? Like, I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. The only explanation that I can give to that is it's been cleaned up. And another reason I believe it was been cleaned up is because they were the first to switch from the veggie oil that they were using for their fries, primarily their fries, to tallow, to beef tallow.
I don't think McDonald's has made that jump yet.
Yeah, I read that a few weeks back.
Steak and Shake has.
Yeah, I think McDonald's. I read this a long time ago, not a long time ago, a few weeks back.
Okay.
Because of what RFK Jr.
Right.
is trying to implement. McDonald's was the first. I can look it up and I don't know. Let's look it up now. Fuck it. I don't like seeing shit. And then
what was the video? What was the one that Elon posted?
You didn't see that video?
I'm trying to think.
He posted a video of it. Started out with like clips from the 50s, and then they showed the Dukes of Hazzards, the car from the Dukes of Hazzards. It was like a video done by an anon. Like if you're on the boards, you see videos on the boards, or even here on X, the way the old school anons post their videos. It was that type of video, and then within that video, it said activation word, Ronald McDonald. Let me see if I can find it. I'll try to find it. See if I have it on my. I should have it on my timeline. But the other thing, what was the other thing we were talking about that I didn't want to miss? I thought I don't want to misspeak. I want
to. Guys,
yeah. Then there was the remember the video the picture they shot on Air Force One. They were all eating McDonald's.
Yeah,
that was weird. RFK was there, Elon, Trump, Don Jr., and then Speaker of the House was in the back, and they all had McDonald's in front of them.
Yeah.
Activation word, Ronald McDonald.
McDonald's is not using beef tallow today. They switched to a canola-based oil blend in 1990 and still use it, adding a beef flavor to their fries to mimic the original taste.
What AI is that?
Yeah, Jen, what AI is that?
That's what I said I wanted to get back to.
Yeah.
Well, I came up with no too. I don't know where I saw that. I do remember seeing it, but now they're saying no. Beef tallow. Wait, McDonald's fries were originally cooked in a mixture of about 93% beef tallow and 7% cottonseed. In July 1990, McDonald's publicly announced that it would switch to cooking their French fries and hash browns in 100% vegetable oil. But I could have sworn that they switched back to beef tallow. Let me see if I can find somewhere.
Because that would be a major undertaking. That would take years, I think, to make that switch for them.
You think so?
Yeah. That's why they gave them so much time to do some of this stuff, because it takes so long to make those adjustments. Steak and Shakes is a much smaller operation, so they can do it.
Son of a bitch. Where the fuck did I read that? Steak and Shake completed a full switch. Well, I don't eat McDonald's anyway, so it don't affect me.
Right.
But I do remember reading that. I guess I'm wrong. For now, to be continued.
Well, yeah, we gotta suck them back in, right? We got to get everybody to come back.
You know what? I use it at home. I use beef tallow at home. I buy it by the jug.
Nice.
Best thing I've ever cooked, especially steak. Cook a steak in beef tallow, and you'll see the difference. Huge difference. But going back, yeah, I read that. Thank you, Christina. I went to Grok, and that's exactly what they said. But going back to Trump with McDonald's, it just doesn't make sense. Why he would be featuring McDonald's so much.
And how about Piccinini says Ronaldo in the White House? Ronald, I heard, was code for activate. And there's Ronaldo.
Yes. Elon in that video, and I'm sorry, I was going to try to find it. In his video, when the letter Q shows up in the video, the narrator says, "Activation code, Ronald McDonald." You didn't see that? I'm surprised you didn't see that.
Yeah, I remember seeing the McDonald's stuff, and I was like, "What's that?" And I meant to go back to it. What's the? By the way, Dan just posted. Kevin dropped to us. Dan posted on X his Dan 47. Did I just close that? Oh, here it is. Check this out. This was just a minute ago.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't look into it though.
Damn. And that's a minute and 2 seconds.
62. He said, that's what he said. I'm sorry, for not posting anything recently on social media, something like that. Right?
Yeah.
And this was the video he posted. Yeah, whenever I see like a minute and change, I always go to the seconds. So instead of a minute 2, I converted to 62.
I go to both, and why did that go 62? I wanted 62, and drop the 0. 62. Highly recommend someone take all my crumbs and put into a massive dump, a single shot. This will be considered the biggest inside approved dump in American history. They're beginning to understand, as Podesta's attorney was just notified. All my dumps are being recorded, but again, it doesn't matter. Alice in Wonderland, where is Barack Obama today? And then the 102 drop the 0 is military intelligence reference above is the absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Now think why Antifa plays right into the plan. Always ahead. Good guys are winning. Which, by the way, I think is the whole reason for the Tyler Robinson narrative is they're going after all the funding of these organizations, and that's going to be Soros. And then because that's such bullshit, everyone's looking to Israel, and that's Rothschilds. So I think the Charlie Kirk event is going to be the final 2 sides to fall of the triangle, right? Saudi Arabia was the first. What do you think about that?
You gotta go to that. Yeah, I agree, but you gotta go to 11 because 12 is a continuation of 11.
Yeah, good point. And on some, I think on the app, it's 101 seconds too.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Key
So
military intelligence, right? FBI, CIA versus FBI, CIA, NSA, no approval or congressional oversight. State secrets upheld under Supreme Court. Who's the commander in chief of the military? That's the theme tonight. Under what article can the president impose military intelligence take over investigations for the three-letter agencies? What conditions must present itself? Why is this so very important? Who surrounds POTUS? They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt and directly serves POTUS. And that's what this is all about. Is they're telling the military not to obey illegal orders, and they're trying to insinuate that the orders that President Trump are giving them and that will give them are going to be illegal. That's the insinuation, right?
Right.
What are your thoughts on Ghislaine Maxwell getting this sweetheart situation and then using the term I feel like Alice through the looking glass in Alice in Wonderland. Did you see that quote?
That was a direct message to them. You know, so she knows exactly what she was saying when she said that. They know exactly what she was saying when she said that.
I agree.
As far as a sweetheart deal, I don't call 20 years in prison a sweetheart deal. You know, anyone that like her, after a few months, she's in hell. You know, she's in her worst hell right now. It doesn't matter if she's in a camp, you know, and you know, she's free to use a phone and she has a microwave and she could walk outside and get sun or whatever. She's in prison for 20 years. She's not a violent person. She did, you know, things that in my opinion she should be executed for. But when you have people of her level of intel on your side, in quotes, right? You have to cut a deal because what they want is to be free, which you can't give them that. So you give them the next best thing. I'm sorry, I cannot release you. That's not going to happen. But I'll send you somewhere where you don't have to worry about being stabbed or murdered. You know, you can have regular visits. You can have, you know, you can eat whatever you want. You can go
Yeah, I mean,
outside whenever you want.
when you consider Tina Peters is in solitary confinement, it's a pretty sweetheart deal.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that shit.
Neither do I. Neither do I. And you know, the only thing I can think of is, you know, even POTUS doesn't have the power to release her. You know, she went through the system, and lawfully, she has to beat the system through appeals. You understand? Which is not unheard of. Can she be pardoned? Yeah, I don't know if that. Well, her time can be, what's the word I'm looking for? Consummated.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the right word?
In terms of,
like, in other words, your time is served, and you can be released now.
parole.
But then that means you're guilty. You understand? You know, if you're pardoned, that means you committed the crime, but I'm pardoning you. You understand? So lawfully, her best bet, unfortunately, is to fight this all the way up as high as possible. You know, so that this never happens again to anyone. Her case will go down in history. Eventually she'll be freed.
Yes,
And her
I
case
believe
will
that.
be one of the cases that we will be citing in the future. So can the president have her released right now if he wanted to? I'm not sure. But if
Well,
he did, huh?
I was just going to say that he tried to get her switched to federal prison so that he could have control over that. I think. Remember that a couple weeks ago?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. So again, there's all these obstacles, right?
Yeah.
And it's not simple. It's not a simple process. If he wanted to pardon her and make a phone call or whatever and have her released, that guilty verdict will forever remain on her record.
Mm.
You understand? Whereas if she fought it and had the verdict overturned, right? Now she not only wins and gains her freedom, she can sue these fuckers to holy hell, you know, and get all types of retribution. So
Right.
it's sad. It really is sad what she's going through. She should have been given whistleblower status and protected.
Yeah. Absolutely. That
Yeah,
that 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 really bothers me. Like
yeah,
that's a black eye right now
yeah,
in
it
the
is.
movement.
It
Um.
is. But
Yeah.
but if you want to compare her to Ghislaine Maxwell as far as intel,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell had heads of state,
Yeah.
you know, on film.
Yeah.
What Tina Peters uncovered, I commend her. I salute her. It's very important. I believe her information is 100% suppressed. Um, but and I don't mean to sound harsh. They don't need her information.
No. No.
You
They
understand?
have all that.
Right. They already have it all. So in her case, I think she's gonna have to just continue to fight, and eventually she will be victorious. Unfortunately, the wheels of justice move slow. I laid up for 4 years before I beat my case.
Mm.
She's been in there. She's been in two, right, or almost two.
Yeah, I think
She's
so.
been in. Has she
Yeah.
been in that long? I'm not sure. I'm not
Let me,
sure.
let me look it up.
But Ghislaine, on the other hand, I want my freedom. I want my freedom. Well, it's not that simple. You know,
1 year,
if,
one
if
month, and 19 days she's been
okay,
in.
which is a long time, but not really a long time. You know, like I said, I laid up for 4 years before I beat my case. And going back to Ghislaine, when Todd Blanche met with her, he probably offered her a deal.
Mm-hmm.
He probably said, "Look, this is how it's going to go down. The president wants to know everything, and he wants to know that when he calls upon you, that you're going to be willing to take the stand against these people. Are you willing to
Mm-hmm.
do that?"
Right.
Yes, I'm willing to do that. But I want this and I want that. Yeah, I'm not. We're not here to offer you anything. You're going to do your 20 years. The best we can do is have you transferred to a different prison.
I could see that.
But
I could see that
you know what
happening.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it happens. It happens all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And of course the media, oh, he sent her to, Club Fed. But you know what? How many murderers are in Club Fed because they gave up, their
Right. Right.
capo, or
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like it happens. It happens. Their information is more valuable.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You got to put things in perspective. She rubbed elbows with Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
She knows what he did, which, by the way, look what happened to him.
Yeah. Yeah. He was stripped of his princedom.
Yeah. So do you think he gave up people?
No.
No.
I
He's a
think.
free man and he gave up.
I think he's going down. I think he's going down.
Well, eventually they're all going down. But
Right.
when you know you're going down, you'll give up your mother.
Right.
You understand? Because you think that by giving up all this information, you're going to remain on the streets. You're going to remain a free man, free woman. I'll tell you everything you want to know. That's great. But you're still going to jail. At the end of the day, you're still going to jail, or you're going to be executed, whatever it is. In his case, he should be executed.
Mm-hmm.
But let's put things in perspective. This is Prince Andrew we're talking about. This guy literally sat down with kings and queens, royalty, right? Heads of state. So does he have information that Trump may need? You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course. Of course he's got information going back decades. Going back to the days of Diana. That are very valuable to someone like Trump.
Yeah.
I think Trump's in full control. Look at how the leaders of the Middle East treat him. Which, by the way, they're giving $1 trillion now.
Yeah. How about that?
Come on.
That's
and
huge.
People have the audacity to say, oh, he's kissing up to the Muslim and this and that. They just don't get it. They don't get it. MBS, when he found out what his family and other cohorts were doing, he immediately had them arrested.
Yeah. And
right?
And we've been led to that those drops, that what happened in Saudi Arabia will happen here. And then
we're
Asia,
close.
then EU. We were just there last night.
That's right. And we're close, in my opinion. Very close. You could see the panic in these people's eyes. They're literally, it looks like when Gavin Newsom is talking, like he had just finished crying before he came out in front of the camera, because he knows he's done. They all know they're done. I sent you the DM of Elon's video, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Through Liz Crokin. Yeah. 11:27. And Trump posted another all caps post at 11:27. Did we talk about that? We didn't, right?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah. I
Where
think
the fuck
so.
was I? Wait. What? Come on, Dave.
All right, here, I'll play the video. Wait,
If you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. 2024 is our final battle. They stole our jobs and they plundered our wealth. The future does not belong to globalists. The future belongs to patriots. The activation of Ronald McDonald. We will drive out the globalists. Patriots. We will cast out the communists. America will start winning again, winning like never before. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. And we will bring back our dreams.
Wow. Shit, I can't believe I didn't see that.
Jump. Go ahead and jump. He's time traveling. He's fucking
when I was at Iowa, yeah, right. When I was at Iowa, our highlight reel one of the years was Van Halen's Jump back in the 80s, and it was all of our dunks throughout the year. Yeah, it was badass. I wonder if if I have that anywhere.
I can only imagine. But listen, Dave, He dropped at 2327 another all caps. If anyone knows me, they know that I do all caps. I always have. And I've always searched his all caps drops. 2327, drop 2327.
Yeah, we
What is
did
it?
this one.
When? Where the fuck was I?
You were I think you tuned me out because you were pissed about the JFK thing. The Bill
Oh.
Cooper.
But wait, no, we didn't go over this.
Yeah, we did, dude. We went into
Okay,
that's when you introduced us to that new keyboard. And we went into 23.
Drop? Wait, but did you go to drop 2327?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we did. Here.
Jesus, how did I miss that?
Hold on. Or was it 2317?
17. You didn't go to 2327. We went to 2317. We didn't do this one. Go to 2227.
Save America, Vote Republican is the 2317.
No, right. We did that one.
Yeah.
We didn't do 2327.
Why are we doing 2327?
Because that's Trump's last post.
No, it was 1117.
2327.
No, that's 2317.
No. His last post, 2327.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this one. Okay.
Yes. All caps.
Yeah, we did. I thought we did this one.
No, we didn't.
Hold on. Let me go to the capital letter counter. Yeah, that was the 135 number of capital letters.
Right. So you went there. But you didn't go to 2327.
Okay. All right. So
let's go to 2327.
Okay.
Watch this. Because I just mentioned this fucking guy. Boom.
Baker.
James Baker.
Fuck. Yeah, you did. Panic in D.C. James Baker testifying against Comey. This was 2018.
Takes time. That. 2018. Yeah. I wasn't sure of the year. I said 18 or 19. Look, 9/11. 2018.
Yep. 9/11.
Takes time. What'd you say about takes time? It takes time to reach the public domain. Listen, man, I don't think there's anything that you covered that's not going to happen if it hasn't happened already. Okay? And for him to keep giving us these signals, he's telling us they're not going to get away with any of this.
Right.
But they're dealing with so much corruption within the media, within government, within these NGOs, the military industrial complex. Marjorie Taylor Greene said the pharmaceutical, the medical industrial complex.
Yeah.
They're so powerful, that it's gonna take time to sift through all of these evil entities within all of these departments and agencies and get rid of them, including judges. We have to eradicate these judges. That's key. Because as you can see, how many judges, which by the way, the judge in LA that blocked him, right? They brought up the Paz Comateas Act, right? That was Judge Breyer's brother. Remember Judge Breyer from SCOTUS that abruptly retired?
Yeah.
Clinton appointed, and so is his brother in LA that blocked Trump. So we have to continue to expose these judges and get them removed, impeach their asses and get them removed, right? That's 11. What has to happen pre-11/11, right? If you go to the Law of War Manual, 1110, in 1110, within the Law of War Manual, I'm going to read it to you right now, which, by the way, 11.3 and all those, they've all been coming up recently. But when Q asks what has to happen pre-11/11, it's 1110. ordinary courts in occupied territory. Authority to suspend ordinary courts. The ordinary courts in occupied territory should be suspended only if 1. Judges and magistrates are unable or unwilling to perform their duties. 2. The courts are corrupt or unfairly constituted. Or 3. The local judicial administration has collapsed due to the hostilities preceding the occupation. And I've heard the argument that this doesn't apply because under this law of war, they're actually talking about actual war, like the enemy has invaded our country. Well, what did Trump say about the border? It's an invasion. We've been invaded. There's an invasion at the southern border. There's an invasion at the northern border. There's an invasion through tunnels in DC and other cities. Fuck the media and what they say. Follow POTUS and what he says.
Right.
Okay, we are at war. This is not your conventional war. This is not traditional boots on the ground type of war. It's more informational war than anything else, but it's subterranean. When you think about the border, El Chapo exposed it all. And that's why they had to close his fucking hearings and his trial. Because he gave up Pelosi. He gave up Beto. He showed us where all the tunnels were. That was a subterranean war between the cartels and the military.
Which was which was
when El Chapo was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
When El Chapo was arrested, he gave up the tunnels in on the border of California and Arizona. And then he gave up Pelosi. He said he was giving her $10 million a month. $10 million a month.
Jesus.
And Beto was involved as well. Remember Beto?
Yep, sure.
Yeah. He's
down here in Texas.
He's part Mexican.
Yeah.
And they had to stop showing feeds very early, right in the beginning. They started showing feeds of Chapo. Then when he started talking, they stopped showing the feeds of his case. And it all became, court drawings like the Diddy case. They don't want us to know. They don't want us to see people like El Chapo giving up all these people involved in our government.
Right.
Diddy talking about people within our government. They don't want us to know. But do you doubt for 1 second that Trump didn't get that information from these people?
Right.
Come on.
Right.
Interesting, that 11.10, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I've never gone past that.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
The 11.3, 11.4, most people don't. But Q said what has to happen pre-11/11. And it's right there. And we're witnessing that now with these corrupt judges.
Yes.
Trump, if he really wanted to, he could shut down the courts.
Yeah.
If he really wanted to, he can publicly say, I'm going to implement the Insurrection Act, and he could just take over cities.
Yep. And that's why they're pushing back against him. I think that's part of the script too.
Because they're scared that he's going to do it. So in the interim, they're all exposing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They're so scared he's going to, I'm going to invoke the Insurrection Act, and they're scared of martial law.
And he's also talking about the Supreme Court's decision is a threat to national security. Like he's been saying that a lot. And so that if they say we got to give the tariffs back, I think that might be the thing that does it.
Right. Yeah, I agree. But he's doing it lawfully. He's giving everyone the opportunity to do the right thing. Meanwhile, he's dangling this evidence over their head. Roberts, he knows what went down in the UK with the children that he adopted. He's got that information on him.
Yeah.
He's got information on people like Schiff and Swalwell, Raskin. He's got information on everybody. Zondami, the fact that he falsified his application to become a natural citizen.
Right.
Right.
And part of the thing I said last night is that this is also separates Trump from being the one that takes Mandami out.
Right.
If that happens.
Exactly. Or on the other spectrum, if he allows Mandami to become mayor, which I think we may see. So you have some congressmen who are going after him because he lied on his application, right? His naturalization application. So there are some congressmen that are going after him right
now. When you say he lied, was it because he didn't say that he was part of a socialist organization?
He didn't disclose that he was receiving funds from, or that he had ties with organizations like CARE, which just recently Governor Abbott labeled a terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Right. And CARE, the leader of CARE was a former leader of ISIS. So there's definitely connections there between the Muslim Brotherhood and terrorist organizations like ISIS. So Trump knows all of this, and he can easily expose Mandami if he wanted to. Instead, he's smiling with him, hugging him, shaking his hand, telling everybody, telling the world, oh, we agree on a lot of things. We actually see eye to eye. You'll be surprised. I think he's going to do very well, because he probably sat him down and said, look, motherfucker, you shouldn't even be in this country. You're lucky I'm letting you live.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to get in front of that camera. You're going to give your usual spiel, which, if you noticed, he didn't give his usual fake fucking smile. Okay, he seemed a little nervous, right? Standing with his hands clenched the whole time.
Yeah.
Every other time you see him, he's smiling. There's a fake smile, but he's smiling. He wasn't smiling a lot there. And Trump, being the gangster that he is, because he is a fucking gangster, I'm sure he told him, get down or lay down. Get down or lay down. You're going to do what I tell you to do, or you're gone.
I definitely think that that was a show. And
so I said,
go ahead.
Think about Mandami's position, Dave. Right? Mayor of New York. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
When you think of Southern District of New York, when you think of NYPD, Wiener laptop, corruption within the police department, and many other things, NGOs tied to New York, all these huge conglomerates with offices in New York, Nexium, Bronfman, Clinton Foundation, being mayor of New York, you have access to a lot of files. You can expose a lot of corruption. So, in my opinion, if Trump allows him, and I'm not saying that, he has the power to remove him right now. What I'm saying is, I believe they have enough information to stop his progress right now. If they don't do that and they allow him to become mayor, they allow him to attend the swearing-in ceremony, which is January 1st, I believe that he made a deal with Trump, and part of that deal is that not only is he going to do what Trump tells him to do, but he's going to start exposing people, because he's anti-Israel, 100%. And Israel has a stronghold in New York. Brooklyn is little Tel Aviv. Okay, Brooklyn, New York is the headquarters of Israel outside of Israel. That's a fact. Okay, Bibi Netanyahu, before he became prime minister, would meet with a rabbi in Brooklyn, in the same synagogue where they found the pissy and
Yeah.
bloody mattresses.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and he would get advice from this rabbi, who everyone would get advice from. Okay, but
Yep.
specifically, Bibi, before he became prime minister, visited him, and the prime minister pretty much told him, "Look, we have to get other people on board. We have to do certain things." I'm paraphrasing, but he pretty much gave him orders. And if you've ever been to Brooklyn in Park Slope, the area that I'm talking about, it's a well concentrated area of Hasidic Jews who are very, very powerful. Very powerful. And in Monroe, New York, and other parts of Rockland County and Orange County, New York, very, very powerful. I mean, these people do whatever they want to do. We lost our religious exemption to be exempt from vaccinations, and they still have theirs. I'll just leave it at that.
Interesting. Wow. How you doing for time? I've got to get up early actually tomorrow morning. How are you feeling? Because you're an hour ahead of me.
I'm good, brother. But we've been on for a while, so
yeah.
How many people are watching? You always say how many people are watching, but you didn't say that tonight.
We have 1,788 on X. We're number
1,700.
Yeah, we're exactly right, and we're number 2 on X right now.
Hello, everybody.
For live shows. Yeah, hello to X. We got another 277 over on YouTube, and looks like we got another 417 over on Rumble, and probably a dozen or so in D Live.
So your biggest audience is usually X?
It is now, yeah. Used to be Facebook, then it went then when I lost those, YouTube, and then Rumble, and then X. X has been pretty consistent, I'd say, on X. Yeah, awesome show. People love it. We love when you all get together. Yeah, let's not make it so far away this time. We don't
reach
have
out to me. I'm so busy right now, Dave, with everything that I'm dealing with, homeschooling my daughter, taking her to and on top of homeschooling 2 of my girls. And it's not just homeschooling, it's they're actually home. So you gotta cook for them, you gotta do things, it's different. It's totally different.
You're the teacher and the lunch lady. Do you wear one of those hairnets and comfy shoes?
I wish I could run my fingers through my hair. You see the bald white head there.
Yeah, the white head. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I also take my daughter to an indoor facility, and I'm training her. I'm her hitting coach.
For volleyball or softball.
Softball.
Okay.
2 of my other girls are in volleyball, and they actually came with me the other day, yesterday, because they had a half day from school, and so they were training volleyball off on their own, and then they joined us with the hitting lessons. And so I'm busy. I'm very, very busy. But if you hit me up anytime, bro, just shoot me a text like you did today, or yesterday. And if I don't respond, eventually I will. But as long as you give me notice, I'll make the time. And of course, sometimes you got to remind me.
Like you
did tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
We were transitioning one room for my oldest daughter. We're giving her the basement pretty much, and we were do in the middle of that transition. And I had just sat down to eat, and I planned on taking a shower, and then I didn't even realize you texted me. I'm glad you called because I wasn't paying attention to my phone at all.
Yeah.
Oh.
It says it said notification silenced, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I got to call him. So much for that.
I didn't realize there was. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, you have.
Notifications?
Oh, every time I text you, it says notification silence. So you might want to look into that. Yeah,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Thanks for telling me that.
That's one way to let people know. It might be a while before you get back to them.
Yeah, I guess.
So Kirill Dmitriev, interesting, how he's dropping Q posts. Kevin was sending us this, and he's basically talking about how the Ukraine peace deal is, they're trying to tank that. Meanwhile, Trump wrote it, like, what's his name? Rubio confirmed that Trump wrote that the administration wrote the peace deal, and the entire administration. And Kirill is saying Ukraine leaked the U.S. peace plan through Deputy Honcharенko. A U.S. official confirmed to Wall Street Journal that in this leaked plan, one point was changed from an audit of all international aid to the full amnesty. Russia did not leak the plan or its existence details, and he's got a whole
wait. An audit of all international aid.
That's huge.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. You want to end this war tomorrow? Start auditing these motherfuckers. But Putin himself said that Trump's plan, can end the world. It can end the war.
Yes. Yeah, he said that. Absolutely. I think he's got it here too.
And Dave, that's how you get them all, man. The money.
Yeah. Well, I've said for a while that the Ukraine war won't end until it's been, all the corruption has been rooted out. That's why it's taken so long. And Europeans are working feverishly to convince Ukraine to fight on, despite losing on every front and collapsing army and society.
Of course, because they don't produce anything. They make their money through deception and war. They don't produce anything. What do we get from the UK? Rolls Royces? What else do we get from the UK? Honestly, we don't get shit from them.
Yeah, Jaguar, Rolls, Aston Martin, shit cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
And bangers and mash.
We don't need them at all. You know what? In all honesty, bangers and mash. In all honesty, the cars being made in China right now are better than cars coming out of the UK.
Yes,
and if you haven't seen the cars that China is making, oh my God!
I saw one that went over bumps, but it didn't move at all.
Bro,
was that AI or was that legit?
These fucking cars. No, they have. Listen, the suspension in their vehicles is all computerized with sensors, so they adapt.
Dude,
prematurely.
I invented that in my head about 15 years ago or so.
They see the road ahead.
Yeah, so the tire goes up, right? It goes up
before you even get there.
Yeah,
before you even get there, the suspension is adjusted for those bumps.
Yeah,
and that's not even the tip. These fucking cars, I've been watching because I'm interested in stuff like that. These cars are just phenomenal, man. I mean, for someone who doesn't like AI, forget it. Don't even waste your time. For someone who understands that AI is the future, it's inevitable. It's already in your vehicles. If you're going to spend money on a nice luxury vehicle, the cars that are coming out of China today are by far more advanced than any other vehicle anywhere in the world. United States needs to step their fucking game up. That's all I gotta say. They got a car that you're sitting in the back seat and you wave your hand at the window and it tints.
Really?
You wave your finger at if the door's open, you wave your finger at it and it closes.
Wow.
Dude. And that's not even, listen, look it up. If you want to take a little 20, 30 minutes, there's a car called Maestro 9. Maxtro 9. Maestro 9. Worth the 20 minutes watching the video on that vehicle. Unbelievable. It blew my mind. Blew my mind. And the guy who was doing the what do you call it? What's the word?
How do you spell that?
Maxtro 9. The guy who was previewing the vehicle said that the sound system in the car is the best anywhere in the world. And he's seen all of them. It's the best sound system he's ever heard. They have a screen that comes down. If you're sitting in the back seat, there's a screen that comes down that covers the whole front of the vehicle. So when the screen comes down, it's like a privacy partition between the back and the front. And it's a screen for you to chill and watch a movie or whatever you want to watch. The seat fully reclines, zero gravity position. The back seats, refrigerator, wine cooler. I'm telling you, this is like the most exotic car, and it's under $100,000. You can't get that. You can't get a German car like that for under $100,000 or an English. That's it right there. Look at those. The headlights give you a show.
Has revealed its first model in China. The Maestro S800 is a fully electric luxury sedan targeting Maybach and Rolls-Royce. The EV will be launched in 2025, promising high-quality materials and high-tech features. Chinese products have come a long way in design, tech, quality, and luxury over the past few decades. So much so that the latest brand to emerge from the People's Republic, Maestro, thinks it can rival Europe's most opulent brands, including Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach. Its debut model, the S800, promises similar grandeur at a fraction of the price. Far from being a plucky upstart, or heaven forbid, some bizarre reboot of the Austin Maestro, the newly formed Maestro brand is a joint venture between tech giant Huawei and Chinese automaker JC. It's also the fourth and most ambitious member of Huawei's HEMA project, taking its place above the Stelato, Huawei/BIC, Luxt, Huawei/Cherry, and AITO, Huawei/Series collaborations. As the debut model for the fledgling brand, the Maestro S800 was unveiled ahead of its spring 2025 market launch. The electric sedan sticks to a tried-and-tested luxury formula: a long hood, a bowed roofline flowing cleanly into the rear, and a wheelbase that stretches out like it has something to prove. Yu Changdong, also known as Richard Yu, the CEO of Huawei Technologies Consumer Business Group, couldn't resist boasting that the Maestro S800 is bigger than 99.99% of the cars on Chinese roads. Measuring 5,480 millimeters, 215.7 inches in length, 2,000 millimeters, 78.7 inches in width, and 1,536 millimeters, 60.5 inches in height, with a wheelbase of 3,370 millimeters, 132.7 inches. The S800 certainly isn't lacking in size. This footprint is very similar to the Mercedes-Maybach S-Class, which served as a benchmark for the Chinese model. However, it falls 65 millimeters, 2.6 inches, shy of the Rolls-Royce Ghost, and if you're aiming for phantom EWB levels of grandeur, you'll need an extra 502 millimeters, 19.8 inches, to get there. The so-called Starry Sky roof, a feature borrowed from Rolls-Royce's greatest hits, offers a celestial ambience, while high-quality materials for the upholstery aim to enhance the cabin's appeal. The back seats suggest a four-seater layout, catering to those who prefer being chauffeured over driving themselves. And because this is a Huawei-backed venture, you can expect the latest tech, including an AI-powered assistance system and Level 3 autonomous driving capabilities. Built on Huawei's Tuling intelligent chassis, the Mextro S800 remains tight-lipped on its full electric powertrain specs. Those details are expected to drop closer to its market launch in spring 2025. However, one thing is already clear: this EV is priced to compete. Pre-orders in China are now open with a deposit of 20,000 yen, $2,800, and final pricing is anticipated to fall between 1 to 1.5 million yen, $137,800 to $206,700. That slots the S800 directly against heavyweights like the Mercedes-Benz EQS and BMW i7 in the luxury electric sedan segment.
Two problems I have.
That wasn't the video that I was talking about, but that is the car.
Okay.
That is the car. So the video I was talking about shows the interior, the whole everything I explained to you. It goes over that, but that is the vehicle.
Two problems I have with that. One is it's 100% electric, right? Which
no, it's not.
This one it said it was.
So that's the 800. The 9, the Maestro 9 has a generator in the car, so it's a hybrid, right? So the gas powers the generator. So
that's what you need. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, the next level up from that one is a hybrid, and it has a range of 1,200 miles or more, depending on how you drive. So that wasn't the actual video that I was talking about, but that was the vehicle that I was talking about. That they showed the 8. That was the Maestro 8.
It's not showing. It's not giving me the 900.
Let me see.
By the way, and it's also Huawei, which is what Trump wouldn't let them put in the 5G towers because they had some back end shit in it.
Right.
The 900 is not coming up for me.
Right.
Here it is.
So think about. You got it? Okay.
No.
All right, let me see if I can find it, and I'll send it to you if I find it. But think about deals that Trump is cutting with China. Think about the steel that Q talks about, right? Coming out of China, coming here. So if you were a shrewd businessman who was America first, but you don't want to cause any kind of animosity that would lead to a war with other superpowers, you would come to a deal, right? And so when it comes to automotives and technology and future technology, you want to have open trade. Ideally, you have open trade, right? So what does that mean? That means that goods that are made here, including automobiles, can be sent to China and vice versa, right? We're already being inundated with Chinese products, which I'm not fond of, and I'm not advocating for them, but we're already being inundated with all their products. Let's say Trump, makes it so that the quality of their goods are set to a higher standard, right? Let's say that Trump makes it so that, in order for us to take goods from you, you have to ensure me that you're not using child labor, or slave labor.
Right.
We're not going to take in goods that are made using slave labor or child labor. We love your technology. A lot of the things you guys make, it's beautiful, but we're not going to take it anymore under these conditions. You agree to that? Yes. Okay, great. At the same time, we're going to give you some of our technology, some of our vehicles, and the same can be applied to every country around the world. So there's a level playing field. It's open trade across the board. Get rid of all these middlemen, all this red tape, all the corruption, all the slave labor, child trafficking, drug trafficking, weapons trafficking. Get rid of it all. Base it all off blockchain technology, right? So that you can ensure that things are on the up and up, and it's a beautiful world.
Yep.
It's a beautiful world. So I just mentioned that because I was amazed at what I saw when I saw the video of this vehicle.
I saw that vehicle. I saw it hitting those bumps, and it was smooth as silk.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. By the way, check out the graphic from Spiritual Street Fighter tonight. Down the road.
Did you
where we go one, we go all.
Did you show the whole thing? Let me see. Let me go back.
Oh yeah, let me pull it up.
Oh yeah, nice.
Isn't that cool?
Very nice.
She does great work, man. She
all the time.
Yeah, and she lets her art for the show, for my thumbnails.
Yeah, she helped me out a couple of times. I had some ideas and I ran them by her, and she came up with some really good stuff. Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah.
So if you go to YouTube, let me see if I can find it.
Here.
Is this it?
Here, I found it. Here it is.
The 9?
Yeah, I think this is it here. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. No, it's black.
Come on, bro. That's definitely not it.
I knew you'd get a kick out of that.
Unbelievable.
Oh shit, man! This is it, man. This is the start of Q from what we hope and think. But it all started on this day, man.
Yeah, that was it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, that was big. That was fucking huge, man.
Could you imagine the military officers, high-ranking military officers, when they saw that happen? The pain and hurt that was in their hearts, because they knew they couldn't do what they really wanted to do, but they knew it had to be done.
And then when you think about how long they had to plan this operation and how long they had to, be patient. Talk about being patient. Fuck.
I know, right?
Some of them aren't gonna live to see it. Bill Cooper didn't live to see it. Shit, man. It's it's wild.
To be alive.
Oh, dude, I just said that coming into the show tonight. It's just an amazing time to be alive. It's so incredible, and we're a part of it, man. It feels so good. And think about it. Think about all these influencers that are dropping like flies because people are awake. They're awake. I'm sorry, Mark Levin and Shapiro and all these Zionists. We're not buying your shit that you're selling anymore.
That's right.
And they're being exposed left and right. And now the people that are dumping on Trump and, I'm with MTG. Yeah, really? Okay. Yeah. This is what I was saying last night, bro. MTG, Massey, and Rand Paul. What have they done? Like, what have they really done? Did they shut down the border? No. You got 2 generations of Pauls going after the Fed. Did anything happen? No, not until Trump came along. I mean,
Well, you gotta
takes it to
keep in
another level.
mind. You gotta also keep in mind that they were up against a swamp.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Without question. But then you don't go biting the hand that is doing it all.
But think about it. Think about it. You do that in your words, bite the hand that feeds you. I think you were
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Think about that, right? So they bite the hand publicly.
Yeah.
And so everyone thinks that they're against Trump and they hate Trump, and then Trump fires back.
Yeah.
To the point where Marjorie Taylor Greene is announcing her retirement.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
And she
But
cashed
now,
out, dude. She made like $25 million insider trading. She knows
well, a lot
that
of
ship has sailed too.
No.
What?
Not from insider trading. That's her net worth. Remember, before she became a
Oh, she was
congresswoman,
rich. Yeah.
they had a very successful construction company.
But I showed a graph of her returns on her trading, and it was significant. I showed it last night. It was really significant. Now I know she's got a lot of money, but she's been doing the Pelosi trades.
You think so?
Yeah, definitely. Given her return on investment, absolutely. Yeah, I showed it last night. Yeah, if you watch
I
think you'd like the beginning of my show last night. If you want to take the time, it's like if you go about 15 minutes in, past the music, I go right into MTG because that was breaking last night. It broke an hour before I started the show. And I went right into her speech, her written speech that she was reading.
Yeah, I saw that. I did notice that.
Yeah. And, she, she's the victim, but, Trump doubled down on her today, calling her, Marjorie Trader Brown, because things that rot go from green to brown. It's like, holy shit, dude. He like doubled down. He doubled down on her, man. Holy shit, man. Do not get in his fucking crossfires. I'm just glad he's watching the show now and posting shit we're talking about. That's all I can. Thank you, President Trump. I am.
But I'll give you a different perspective.
Okay.
Right. And granted, everything you just said may be true, but if he creates this little mini war with these individuals, then the left are going to start to warm up to them.
Yes, yeah.
And
look what happened with Musk, right? I mean, it was perfect timing on all that, man. That was incredible.
But Trump still hasn't posted about Elon since then.
He did post about. He did talk about. You're right. He did talk about it, and when somebody asked him about when he at the Charlie Kirk event. You remember when Elon went and sat down next to him? Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit of both. And I say that to say this. When people try to warm up to Trump, like
kiss
publicly, publicly kiss up to him and go all out to advocate for him, he'll take that and run with it. But in the back of his mind, he's probably saying, okay, this is not genuine. There's a reason behind this. You're doing this because of X, Y, Z. And then he'll watch for you to fuck up. He'll wait. He'll watch and wait for you to fuck up. And the minute you do, he'll call you out on it.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, it's not genuine. All this you were doing, and then you get the opportunity to turn on me, you turn on me. He's big on loyalty. Right? But it could still be a show. It could still be a show.
Yeah. Ariel did a big post on MTG today. Kevin just sent it to me, which was very interesting. I need to spend some time on it, but that she's got a connection to Epstein.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of connection?
Let's see.
Because if that's true, then it makes sense because these files are going to drop in 20 days or so.
Yeah.
You know, wow.
And she's beating she's getting out ahead of it.
What did he say?
Let me find it.
That would be interesting. But and you know why I think it's in my opinion probably not true, because she only came into politics in 2020.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She came into politics way after the whole Epstein thing. And she was one of the first to call for the disclosure of the files. She stood with the victims. Although many people say, that was a show and there was an attorney there who is not a good person. She still spoke and advocated for the victims. And spoke and advocated for Trump and MAGA.
Yeah.
Her whole career.
This is that story about Trump and Bondi asking the federal court in Florida to release Epstein's transcripts that are currently sealed.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Who posted that? That looks familiar.
Eric Doherty.
Yeah. Yep. So the timing of it all, right? I don't know what the time that you're given. Like, let's say she's under NDA. Let's say she's not under NDA. Let's just say she's retiring. She's just legitimately retiring. I don't know if she can immediately start talking about what she knows, just being a former congresswoman. I think there's a certain amount of time that has to elapse before she can start speaking on certain things, and some things she can't ever speak about. You understand? Especially being part of certain committees. I don't know this. This is me talking. I believe that's the case. I believe, like, in other words, you got people within Congress and within administrations, right? Presidential administrations who leak informations, right? A la John Bolton. They come out with books and shit like that. In my opinion, that's seditious and traitorous behavior, right? You're letting certain information out there that you should not be letting out there. I don't know in her case what that would entail.
So check this out. This is Ariel's post. Excuse me. Green's ex-husband, Perry Green, didn't just dabble in Florida real estate. He plunged into Epstein's swampy domain, partnering with shell entities tied to the pedophile's brother, Mark Epstein, on a string of Palm Beach flips that netted their family $450,000 in shadowy commissions. Court-sealed documents from 2019 Florida civil suit, partially unsealed in 2024, explicitly reference a MTG entity as the silent beneficiary in 3 properties adjacent to Epstein's infamous Little St. James feeder lots, where underage girls were groomed and shuttled. These weren't arm's-length deals. Intercepted emails from the 2002 show Perry coordinating with Epstein's estate managers on discrete valuations, ensuring the grease is cashed out before the raids hit. Marjorie herself attended a 2003 Palm Beach fundraiser where Epstein's circle mingled with Georgia developers per attendee logs leaked in a 2024 DOJ dumps logs she now demands in full, knowing her name lurks in the margins. This wasn't passive investment. It was active enrichment from a network that trafficked innocence for influence, and Green's silence until 2025 screams complicity. The paper trail leads straight to her doorsteps, 1234 South Ocean Boulevard, Palm Beach, Epstein's old haunt where her family's cut came from deals that stank of cover for the monster next door. No denials hold. The filings seal it. The 2020 consulting lifeline, Epstein's estate buys her silence. Fast forward to 2020 as Green launches her congressional bid on a wave of QAnon-fueled outrage over elite pedophiles and a $250,000 wire transfer lands in her campaign's consulting account from an Epstein estate executor with direct ties to Ghislaine Maxwell's legal defense fund. This wasn't coincidence. FEC disclosures buried under miscellaneous services matched the exact timing of Green's first Epstein-adjacent rant, a 2020 Facebook post decrying Hollywood child rings that mysteriously omitted any Florida real estate whispers. The executor, a shadowy operative named in the 2019 suit as Mark Epstein's fixer, who funneled appreciation fees to Green allies in exchange for steering investigations away from family holdings. Bank records from The Wire, cross-referenced in the House Oversight Committee's 2025 subpoena hall, show the funds routed through a Delaware shell, mirroring those Perry used a decade prior, ensuring deniability while padding her war chest for the January 6th ascent. Green's America First war cry drowned out the irony. She was bankrolled by the estate of a man who weaponized wealth to devour the vulnerable, and she spent it to climb the very ladder he oiled. The transaction ID, stamped and undeniable in FEC archives. Her push for transparency now a preemptive strike to redact her slice of the pie before it poisons her legacy. The Survivor charade, props for propaganda, ghosted for gain. Green's tear-streaked press conferences alongside Epstein survivors Haley Robinson and Annie Farmer paint her as their avenging angel, vowing to read every name on the House floor to end the fear, but peel back the optics and its exploitation. These women trafficked at 14 were handpicked by a Green campaign fixer with Epstein-adjacent donor ties, each compensated with $5,000 travel fees that mysteriously vanished into her legal coffers per bank traces from a September 2025 Capitol event. Robson herself whispered to aides post-conference a Green probed for off-record details on Palm Beach properties, fishing for leverage to bury her family's prints. Not justice, but insulation. Farmer's own 2025 affidavit in the Transparency Act notes Green's intense focus on redacting pre-2008 real estate mentions, a blatant carve-out for the Greases era. Click link in profile for deeper insights. Join the Red Book Club. Green's quiet covers for Millie and the mic. You can feel the weight of this betrayal settle like lead in your stomach. Green, who branded Millie a traitor in fiery 2021 tweets demanding his court-martial for those secret China calls, flipped the script by 2023, ensuring his cushy $1.2 million Raytheon gig faces zero House oversight heat. Internal committee memos leaked from a disgruntled staffer and cross-referenced in the 2025 House Ethics Preliminary Report show her blocking subpoenas for Millie's post-Joint Chiefs consulting contracts with Northrop Grumman and Boeing firms that raked in $150 billion in Ukraine aid she voted against but never audited. This wasn't oversight, it was orchestration, with Green's chief of staff coordinating off-record briefings where Millie traded war stories for immunity from her deep state rants. The military-industrial complex, that bloated beast Trump swore to slay, fattened under her watch. Her office killed a 2024 amendment to claw back $20 billion in overpriced F-35 contracts tied to Millie's alumni network. Per buried GAO findings that surfaced in Politico's November 25 expose, sneaky. She hosted private dinners at her Georgia ranch with Raytheon execs in exchange for $250,000 in PAC bundling, all while live tweeting against endless wars to keep the base frothing. Millie walked free because Green's blade was double-edged public fury for show, private pardons for profit, and the donors, they flowed like blood from a fresh wound straight into her family's construction slush funds. He went deep on this, dude. That's pretty badass. So
well, if it's all true,
yeah,
you know, because I'll say right from the beginning, the vibe I got is she divorced her husband. Her husband as he mentioned in the beginning of the post, was involved with Epstein. And she divorced her husband. I don't know what the particulars were of that divorce.
I heard that she cheated on him.
Okay. So I don't know what they were. But this strikes me as a 80-20 type of thing. I'll have to look into all of this. I don't know any of this. You know,
he just posted it a couple hours ago.
Yeah, and not for nothing, Dave. You know, he's been known to,
12
post
hours
things
ago.
that are not entirely true. Defender Republic exposed him as a fraud a while back. She actually met him, according to her. He uses several accounts. I don't believe everything.
No,
that
I don't
hear,
either. I don't either.
Although it sounds very convincing, like you say, he went deep.
Sounds
Everything
like
that
he
you
did,
just
yeah.
read to me, everything you just read to me is if true, it's very dasting.
Yeah.
And it would make sense as to why she's retiring.
Yep.
Well,
what doesn't make sense is she was an up and comer, dude. But what also makes sense is that if Trump was going to primary her and put his money and his support behind somebody else, that she was not going to make it. She was not going to be reelected. So kind of a perfect time to go out on top with this Epstein win, as she calls it, and so she's beloved right now.
Right.
Even maybe more so because of the way Trump's treating her.
Right. Yeah,
So,
I agree. And only time will tell. That was a lot of information to take in. It makes me want to,
dig a
look
little
into
deeper.
all of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't, you know what? I don't doubt it.
Yep.
I don't doubt it. Epstein was involved with a lot of people, and he had his ways, of supporting people, especially during their campaigns, so that he now has someone on the inside, especially on the Republican side, if that's true. But everything that I've heard Marjorie Taylor Greene say during her whole career has been pro MAGA. And we've seen her stick her neck out, for Trump. She's been in a lot of compromising positions for the support of the movement. But then again, there was that rumor of her involvement with Speaker what's his face, the guy where the vote went up to 15 votes. What was his name?
McCarthy.
Yeah. There was a rumor of her involvement with him romantically. I mean, it doesn't mean anything in my opinion. And they could have had a fling, but at the same time, she was getting text messages from Trump during that time. You remember her and Matt Gaetz held off, and she was receiving text messages from Trump. So I don't know. These are one of those situations where it really makes you think really hard.
Yep.
Because of what we've witnessed.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I can't call it. It's one of those I can't call it things.
Yeah, exactly. We're just figuring it out. That's all. We're just trying to figure it out. But
what'd you say?
We're just trying to figure it out, right?
You're still breaking up. Hold on. Let me turn my mic off.
We're still trying to figure it out.
You still came in sounding like a robot. I don't know if it's me or you.
Okay. How am I sounding, everybody? Can you guys hear me all right? But we've been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes, my friend, and I got a early morning tomorrow.
Just kick me off, bro. Just tell me you got to go.
Yeah. So I figured we'd end it before you fall asleep.
I was about to make another drink right now.
Is that right? I'm about to go make myself one. I gotta. I got to keep you on track, man. I can't be drinking during this interview. You know, I got to if I start drinking, we would be, I'd just be going from straight to here to my coaching session in the morning.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. Yeah,
Yeah.
We've been
Thank
on
you,
for a
brother.
while.
Hey, what a
problem.
great time. We'll do this again. Okay. And thanks everyone for hanging out and sharing this out. Please thumbs up it, share it out. And I sent you the link to our show. If you want to share it, on your X. Yeah, this was a great conversation, brother. Thank you, man. Let's do it soon. Okay.
Yeah, just hit me up whenever.
All right, pal.
My pleasure, brother.
All right. Be well. Good luck with everything.
It was none. Good night.
That was awesome. Good night. All right, my friends. Thanks for being with us. What a gift of time with our friend, and I appreciate you all. And yeah, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. You're welcome. You're welcome. President hugs to you. Much love to you. Enjoy your Sunday. Make it awesome. You know, take care of you, take care of your loved ones. And I'll probably see you, I think, Monday night, 8 Central. I love you. Good night. Be well.